Oops. 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 Remove source. Okay. Why is that thing always broken? Alright. Beat a beat. Beat a beat. Okay, where am I at? Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. 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 Uh-oh, what'd I break? This. Yeah, there we go. Alright, there we go. You seem to get here pretty good, Jonathan. What up, Rock? Okay, let's see. No, it's not my birthday. It's a lovely lamb lunch. I got into a bad fight today. Getting to them. Dude, you see somebody punch in your pancreas and you're done. What up, David? Love from Kentucky. I'm from freaking Georgia. Georgia. Georgia on my mind. Alright, let's see. Where are we at? Where are we at? I saw something pretty interesting. Oof. Oof. That's freaking crazy. That's freaking crazy. Want to see people failing in parkour? Always good. Nah, bro. A dog walked him, and guess what? It was over. A cigarette. What is that? Oh, the bot came. Look at that. Bam. Let's shut that off. I forgot that thing even worked. Okay. Oh, you know what I could have done? Oh, maybe I should do that. Oh, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's boot that back up. Because I'm not on Twitch anymore. I'm on Kick, baby. Getting them Kick dollars. Chicken butt. You want to see chicken butt? That's what you want to see? All right, let me see. Bam. Okay, cues, action cues. Home. No. Views. Actions and cues. Actions. Okay, here we go. All right, so let me do this. Timers. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, let's edit that. Can I edit that? Edit sub action. Yeah, why am I telling us to look? Okay. Get you a t-shirt. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. All right. All right. Well, let's see. All right. Let's see how long that takes so we can do. Where are the cues? Where's the timers at? Where's my timers at? Edit trigger. Where's the timers? Where are my timers at? Timers. Core timed actions. YouTube. Alright, something's wackadoodle here. Huh. Go to action. Man, what's going on here? Edit trigger. Timer. Oh, okay. Join. How do I edit it? How do I edit it? Okay, hold on. That's the edit trigger. Create timer. All right, let's see. Enabled will repeat at a random interval. Random. Interval. Okay, interval. I don't know what that means. Every minute, say? No, let's do more than that. Let's just do this. Let's do this. Let's not do it random. Let's do it every, what's 5 minutes? 5 minutes is 60 seconds. It's 300 seconds. We'll do 360 seconds. 360. There we go. Okay. All right. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. Sorry. Why ever I look at the sky, I see little white things passing by my eyes. It's freaking aliens, dude. Or a loaf of milk. Richard, you were looking. Thank you, Robert Rutland. Hi, everyone. Sorry about being a jerk. How you doing, Lamb? Lamb was hammered. Happy birthday, you lovely bastard. How you doing, Robert? How you doing, Lamb? How you doing, Rock? How you doing, B? All right, let's see. Okay, I got new T-shirts. I already sold one. You guys want to see it? You guys want to see my new T-shirt? Guess where it's at? I don't know what this is. Okay, we'll do it either one. Okay, ready? 110th grade, home of the Oxpeckers. Bam. It's now Maureen, third. Loaf of milk, stick of milk, and Joe Dart CD. Hell. It's in hell. Yeah, get you one. Get you one. Home of the Oxpeckers. Looking freaking awesome. Yeah, boy. That's a bird. Bird. Getting you. So now we're going to have a school mascot. It's going to be the Oxpecker. Go over there. There we go. B2B got into a fight today over a cigarette. Damn, freaking fist fight. I ain't got into a fist fight in like since before COVID. Yeah, you mentioned that. All right, let's say, please.
Fresh chocolate ice cream against vanilla ice cream, for some reason, it's like they perfectly transfer over without mixing. And this happens because they don't slide smoothly apart. The surfaces stick together. And as the ice cream pushes past each other, some of it starts stretching, forming a thin layer that clings to the other scoop. When the two cones get pulled apart, the layer tears, and you get left with matching patches that look completely unmixed.
Yeah, that happens. That happens when they start throwing freaking punches. You can't sit there and get beat on. Was he snoring? Oh. No way. Jesus. He dove right on top of that freaking guy's parachute. Look at this wackadoodle. That sounds like a collapsed lung. Look at this, right into his freaking... That's no good. What up, Sweater Kev? Yeah, rip the parkour guy. He's having a bad freaking day. He's having a bad day. Oh, dude. That's why I don't do parkour. The ground. It's not the fall. It's the sudden stop that gets you. It's a sudden stop that gets you. I had my arms re-amputated. Can't watch that, dude. What's up with people?
Over the past few years, we started a new...
Hold on, to make sure this ain't freaking wackadoo. This is probably copyrighted. Can't even beat a bit of scaffolding? Scaphentoid? Scaphentoid? Alright. Oof. Cooking unwashed beef soup with the Hadzabi tribe. Man, they're starting to show a lot more wackadoo. I mean, wackadoo. Do you know what is cold welding? No. Cold welding? No. Let's learn. Let's find out what cold welding is. Oh, in space? In outer space? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, let's see.
Not that you should be doing that. Oh. Wait, are they gonna arrest me? What happens? Oh, they're getting out!
Hey everyone, today I'm going to be attempting cold welding. Let's turn off the vacuum and see if they lock together. So normally metals like this aluminum here are held together because there's a crystalline structure of positive metallic ions.
What's the German word
and then
for
there's a
taking
sea
pleasure
of
in
negative
others'
electrons
misfortunes?
throughout it. And this creates a very strong
Schadenfreude?
bond that holds everything together. Now technically, if you were just to take some metallic ions and bring some other of the same metal close together, they would just get so close and then the electrostatic attraction would pull them together just as if it were part of the same metallic structure altogether. So when I push these two pieces of aluminum together, they should stick together. But they don't. Now the reason they don't stick together is because I'm not actually pushing the aluminum together. I'm actually pushing two pieces of aluminum oxide together. So on the surface of this aluminum is a very thin layer of aluminum oxide that has reacted with the oxygen in the air. And so I can't actually get these metallic ions close enough together to actually form that electrostatic attraction to be pulled together into the same group. But if you're able to remove the air from between these so that there's no aluminum oxide, then if you just push them together, they should just weld together as if they were the same metal. And this is called cold welding. And it actually turned out to be a problem for a lot of early satellites that they built in space where there's a vacuum. In 1991, the Galileo spacecraft, which was sent to Jupiter to monitor Jupiter and then was going to be sent into its atmosphere, it deployed its high-gain antenna. What was supposed to happen on this Galileo antenna is that when they released the holding mechanism for the antenna, it was supposed to pop out similar to an umbrella. But what happened is that it didn't pop out. It got stuck like this, and it never really opened. Even though they had tested it a lot before, obviously before it was launched, they found that it never opened in space. After 2 years of researching this problem on Earth and trying to figure out what happened, they finally found out it was a series of unfortunate events. But one of the main causes was that they used titanium. And titanium reacts very quickly with air and forms titanium oxide. And it doesn't have the same
two oxide layers
as
merge
pure
together,
titanium that doesn't have titanium oxide in it. So they didn't do enough tests in a vacuum when they were
so the titanium didn't have titanium oxide on it, and they couldn't create titanium oxide because there's no oxygen in space for that to become a titanium oxide. That makes sense.
Testing the release mechanism to know it would slide well. But when they did it in a vacuum, it didn't slide as well. So today I'm going to be trying to make cold welding happen in a vacuum, and then I'll be trying to actually make it happen in air with a specific type of metal called indium. Okay, so in order to do this, I have 2 pieces of gallium metal here. And gallium already doesn't form a lot of oxide on the surface, and so that won't be there. But there's still air in between these 2 metal crystals here. And so when I touch them together, they don't stick. But let's see what happens when I put them together in the vacuum chamber. Now, I'll probably still need a little force on them. So I'm going to be using my large neodymium magnet here, and then my even larger neodymium magnet from below. Look how far away it affects it.
Damn, that's a big ass magnet.
That's so crazy. So I don't want to let these 2 touch each other without this layer of acrylic between them. I'll never get them apart. So I'm going to be sticking this under it, and I'll put my magnet on top, and then I'm going to lift this up close to it. Oh my goodness. Okay,
Shit, that was a bad
I don't
idea.
want that to happen. I want the magnet to stay on top of it. So it should happen a little bit more stable.
Just slam his thumb in there.
Like that. And it should press them together in the vacuum chamber. Notice how they're not stuck to each other.
Now
in the
you're
air
doing it
after that.
again?
But now let's do it under vacuum. Okay, turn on the vacuum. 3, 2, 1.
What do you mean 3, 2, 1?
Okay, we've got a really good vacuum in there now.
Yeah, don't. Oh, I guess we'll see in a second. Come on.
Okay, put some pressure on it for a bit. And leave it under the vacuum and see if we can get them to cold weld together.
Get your cold weld on.
Okay, let's carefully take the magnet off. Easy.
Wonder how he kept the gallium from melting in his hands. Maybe it's cold in there? Gallium will melt that.
It didn't stick. Okay, so that didn't work, but I think it's because I need to put a little bit more mechanical pressure on it and even turn them a little bit to wiggle them together and get the grooves to go into each other a little more. And so I'm going to actually vacuum bag them instead of using my vacuum chamber.
What happened to your ex?
So it'll put pressure on it from the atmosphere, and then I'll also be able to press them together as well.
80s.
So let's see if we can actually cold weld them together
You
by
dated the Action Lab guy in the 80s, Rodolfo?
vacuum bag. Look at that. They're stuck together.
Pull them apart.
We did it. Cold welding.
Maybe the
Cold welding in a vacuum. Look at that. 2 pieces of gallium stuck together. Okay, let's see them right apart. With the cold air. Now they have to be softer metals and they can't form a lot of oxides on the surface. Now one of these metals is called indium. Indium is an extremely soft metal.
Indium oxide.
I have here 2 1-ounce ingots of indium stick together. So weird. So they're not attracted to each other in any way. It's not like these are magnets or anything. But if you just bring those flat surfaces together, they stick.
Huh.
And if you give them a little twist, you can get them to cold weld together or gall together.
Gall.
Really strong, actually. So I almost can't get these apart. They're stuck.
Almost can't.
But if you do it to a dissimilar metal, because the crystal structures are different, it won't gall together. Or it's more between not these metals.
Well, that's
like
pretty cool. All right, wackadoodle. Let's see. Jobs that no longer exist. Your
Ridiculous
job.
jobs that no longer exist. In this day and age, we really take for granted just how quick and easy it is to be able to communicate. Back in the days of yore, not everyone was rolling around at the speed of sound. It could take several weeks to be able to relay critical information to your buddies, and a lot can change in just a few weeks. Nevertheless, delayed information was better than no information at all, and that's why highly trained long-distance messengers could make or break empires. First used thousands of years ago in ancient times, couriers were the best and fastest form of communication pretty much up until the invention of the telegraph in 1837. Sure, boats and trains made things a tad bit faster, but the principle was pretty much unchanged, physically transporting documents from point A to point B. The earliest and most sophisticated courier system of its time was that of the massive and girthy Achaemenid Empire, also known as, or at least considered to be, the First Persian Empire. They constructed the Angarium, a series of relay stations littered across the Royal Road, the main vein of the empire. This connected two major cities within the empire, Susa and Sardis.
What up, Vol'jin?
Can you deliver this message to
Vol'jin.
Sardis? Yeah, no problem at all.
We're learning about love.
Sardis, no. The Royal Road stretched across 1,700 miles of the empire's western half with patrolling guards and security stations at regular intervals, making it heavily secured. I mean, it kind of had to be. Messengers traveling down the road were carrying the orders from the Great King himself, so they were pretty important. Anyone severing or intercepting that line of communication could cause devastating effects. Also at regular intervals were checkpoints. These were relay stations that housed freshly charged horses as well as other messengers ready to pass things along down the line. This system of stations dropped delivery time from roughly 90 days on foot to just 7 to 9 days on horseback. But what if you didn't have horses? Well, we'd have to ask the Inca. Jump forward 2,000 years to the 1500s, and not much has changed in the ways of communication. In fact, one could argue that it was way worse. With no horses around, Incan runners instead relied on their piggies. Messengers of the king, called the Chasquis, were slim, fit, and ready to rip, carrying messages across the vast mountainsides of the Inca Empire.
And did you see how it was paved? It was paved with big-ass hunks of marble. So they didn't have trucks and cranes, electric hydraulic cranes to move that stuff around. They did all that by slave. Like, look at that stuff. Like big ass hunks. And I'm guessing they're probably somewhere around 4 foot by 8 foot or some sort of other measure. Regular measure. Like God intended.
Language. They're ready to rip counterparts. The Inca didn't carry the messages in their pockets, but rather their noggins. And that's because the Inca did not have any formal written language. Wild, right? Instead, apart from some complex numerical systems involving tied knots of string, everything was spoken, so a strong memory was the key to getting the right message across. The Chasquis were tasked with relaying the king's orders to nearby provinces and military commanders. Tell the soldiers that they're doing a solid job and to keep up the great work. Yes, my king. The Inca, though, did rely on relay stations to always have a fresh pair of legs ready to deliver a message. According to Spanish chroniclers, that's a fun word to say, like each station was about a half a league apart, but could be as far as a league and a half. That's over 5 miles, or for you metric fellas, over 832,000 centimeters. The stations were more or less weather-resistant small huts with other Chasquis standing about, ready to get a move on. Upon arriving, the first messenger would give the oral performance for his buddies, and then repeat the message that he came with. After memorizing the information, the next Chasqui sprinted up to 5 miles to the next station. Now keep in mind, this was the Inca Empire. It wasn't easily traversed flat road. It was pretty much uphill both ways, wobbly, cobbly stone roads 10,000 feet above sea level, on par with how our parents walk to and from school every day, or so they claim. The king said to slob his knob, and that Greg's a jerk. The fuck did I do? It's unfortunate that sometimes things get lost in translation, but remember the first rule of exchanging information. Never shoot the messenger.
It does fly in circles. It's an Indian American thing. It's a measurement. Oh, like a
Leave it to the
like
English to come up with some spooky dooky hocus pocus.
Or a wing. I got what you're saying. Like one eagle wing. He ran for the length of 300 eagle wing. Is this ending with the? I'm guessing it's going to end with the internet.
Focus type stuff. If you're extremely poor and a social outcast with no
jobs
lucrative
that
or
no
meaningful
longer
skills
exist,
whatsoever,
so,
then the profession of sin eater might have been on the menu for you.
Sin eater?
Historically, the job was performed throughout the early 17th century up until the 19th century, mostly in England, Scotland, and Wales. So just this area. As a sin eater, you were always on call for your services, as people have a tendency of kicking the bucket at any given time. So while you sat slapping mud around all day outside your thatched roof cottage, you could receive the news of a local death at the drop of a hat. Oh, he's dead. A relative or loved one would seek out your services almost immediately after the passing had passed. Once you were summoned, you'd pull up your britches and tween off screen to convene with the spiritually unclean. Arriving at the door, you politely knock before entering.
You hate being on call? I used to hate that shit too,
You waddle inside
dude.
to see your new customer and get to work. So your job as the local sin eater was to, as you could probably guess, eat the sins of the deceased, as praying and repentance apparently wasn't good enough. Now, the eating of the sins was of course symbolic in nature, but it was conducted in a literal fashion. The family of the dearly departed presented the sin eater with food, usually bread and beer. The food was placed on the chest or face of the individual right as they had passed away, supposedly sucking up all the bad juju as the soul floated.
Remember how quickly accounting people went out of work in the 50s and 60s because of simple electronic devices? Yeah, right. Remember, calculators used to be people, that usually women, that did math, and they would calculate problems. This was before, well, we can't talk about that. Things were rough. Yes, they were.
Floated to regions beyond. So, now with the food being properly seasoned with a pinch of immorality and a dash of transgression,
and computers were people that did the
basic idea of the whole ceremony was that you would effectively absolve the dead of any...
I think it'll be interesting to see. I think that AI isn't nearly as kick-ass as advertised, and the lawsuits and stuff. And listen, right now, most of those data centers are running off of their initial investments, their initial research and development investments. Once that's gone, you have to pay for it. So you can't just say, hey, ChatGPT, why does my fart smell funny or whatever? It's going to cost, because it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars an hour to run those data, a day to run those data centers. So that's going to then, but if they want everybody to get so used to it that when they say, okay, free time's over with, now it's going to be $300 a week, and that's going to be really expensive. I heard it's going to cost around $80,000 in power just to run an AI. If you wanted to replace a standard like receptionist, would cost about $80,000 a year just in power, not profits and everything else like that, and coding and programming. But we'll see. Yeah, I understand. Not talking about a phone app. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm talking about actual AI replacing humans. And also, AI, now there's also going to be more gig jobs. So when your AI secretary needs to go get coffee or get printer paper, AI will lease out humans. They'll put out an ad for mobile humans. So AI will start telling humans, hey, can you pick up a cup of coffee and bring it to my boss and stuff like that. They're already working on stuff like that. So when you replace your AI receptionist, they'll be able to pay. And then how much will that offset really? So I think a lot of people are going to try it, but they're not going to stick with it for a long time unless it really gets cheaper. But the problem is, it seems like it's going to get more expensive rather than less expensive. AI drinks more modern people. Yeah, banks are planning on massive cuts the next year. Yep, yeah. Well, that makes sense. That kind of stuff. But for most things, like think about all the carriers. Like you still need to deliver stuff. You still need to repair stuff. You still need to build stuff. You still need the actual stocking of things. Like we need pens and paper and printer ink and So yeah, so there's going to be a lot more gig jobs too. So there's jobs going to be lost and there's jobs going to be gained. Take your money out of all the banks.
Any wrongdoings committed in life, allowing them
I
a
don't have
clean
any
slate
in
departure
there.
for the heavens
You
as a
shouldn't either.
certified good boy. Now you're probably not surprised to learn that this was far from a Michelin star dining experience. The bread was all stale and the beer was warm with a bunch of gross floaties in it, perfect for the hipsters, but less than ideal for normal people. So after munching and crunching and glugging and chugging, you'd say a quick yet emotionally packed
AI.
prayer.
Right.
Rubbed up-
Listen. AI is right now is a very kick-ass magic trick. The data it has access to is the past 30 years, for almost 35 years of every single thing that showed up in your Gmail or you sent with your Gmail, every text message that you sent or received, everything digital that you send or receive is all data-based. Every book that's been written, everything. So any question that kids these days ask are pretty much the same questions that kids of last year asked. So all that's already been searched for. So a lot of it's just search engine, and the LLM part, how it puts words together to make it sound human, is the more magic-y tricky. It's not really somebody thinking about it. The computational power is easily obtained now with quantum computing. It isn't as limited. But quantum computing is not general computing. It can only speed up certain parts, and it still requires a standard silicon-based computer to understand what's going on and to make the assumptions. So you still have a bottleneck. So it might make to get the answer for addition really quick, but then if you wanted to be able to do subtraction, you've actually got to physically rechange what's going on in the computer. So it can't. There are no quantum general purpose computers that you could like play frickin' Angry Birds as a processor with. One of them to say shit, but I can't remember. They made a Statue of Liberty disappear. Yep, right. Magic tricks. Chimeral AI. I'm thinking about all AI. I'm pretty well specced with a lot of different AI. We've been working with AI in the movie industry, getting it ready since the mid 2010s, and I've had many hour-long talks about a lot of different stuff, a lot of stuff that hasn't even been released to the public yet, and a lot of it's because it can't stop lying. And the hallucinations aren't just hallucinations with how it responds to people. It also does math wrong. But if it's math that's already been done before, then it can check its answers against something. Currently, AI cannot create anything. It can't create. It can't imagine yet. Now, will it get there? And will it be worth it? Will it be worth it with the amount of compute power and everything? It's going to be very expensive. I think it's freaking awesome. Don't you hate it when you get fooled by an AI clip? I do hate it. You want to get into it after this video? We can, I guess, because if it's just me and you talking about it, so we can do that next topic. Let's do Rojos Basculus after the. And
Thanks for the
I'm sure
grub.
most other people. Math.
Yeah, God. Where's the shitter? Now, with a proper sense of closure, you'd receive your paltry fee and be promptly vacated from the premises. So while your work of purifying one's soul was well appreciated, you were looked down upon, even outcasted. The belief was that you'd retain all of these absorbed sins, polluting your own soul in the process. That being the case, sin eaters were forced to live reclusive and isolated lives, being
And
hated,
I'll tell you what's
ridiculed,
also
and shunned by
very
the
interesting.
locals.
And when we talk about AI, we talk about so years ago I worked on how to use actually right here how to use these processor boards that each one of these heat sinks is a separate processor, and it's got a big ass heat sink on the back. And this was what we used to supercharge AI. I worked on a product that would allow companies, stores, Walmarts, mom and pop shops that already had camera systems to be able to take the feeds from those camera systems to see the difference, like if a fire started, if someone pulled a gun, if someone pulled a knife, how to recognize that and to do the compute using these. It was a lot of really, and I got to talk with a lot of people around the world. So not just seeing how Americans and American science was working with the development of AI, but a lot of the big things is if it doesn't have something to compare it against, and then going back with how AI interfaces with the user, that's where a lot of things break. I love you, brother, but I'll never speak on how I had to navigate this life. I love you, brother, but I'll never speak on how I had to navigate this life. I got you, buddy. It's a rough life sometimes. Be wary, basilisks can curse him to half. Like a have your XP purge, stay back to normal. I use a lot of different languages, but what we did front end or back end, we used machine code, well, assembly language. Compiled down to machine code, but x86 assembly. For front end, we did Python primarily, and anything that required a lot more. We would do C. We would do C for a bulk of the libraries and whatnot. Then we would do for smaller campaign. For UI stuff, we would do Python on the back end, and then Java or whatever anybody's favorite thing was for UI. I didn't usually do UI, but if we did, we did whatever we like to do. A stick of milk, stick of bread, Joe, a dirt seed. Oh gosh, here I keep repeating that. Here's a big issue with this AI stuff. I live in Reno, Nevada, and they're making data centers near here that are going to steal like 100,000 gallons a day. Right? Listen. This is what's going to happen. This is what I think's going to happen. All right, now you done did it. So here's the bottleneck. It's copper. Okay, so what this is ultimately going to do, it's going to be silver and light. They're going to be using light to communicate between racks, between compute nodes, and they're going to have to start using silver in the dies. So we can't speed it up without cooling it down with a lot of water. The only way we can get rid of a lot of the water cooling is to start using silver. Silver is the best conductor that we have on this planet. So silver eventually is going to go up. The value of silver is going to go up because copper is still, it runs too hot. It runs too hot. The resistance per unit length is too hot. It's going to be too hot. So in order to get the cooling temperature need for cooling down, we're going to have to go to silver. So there's going to be a lot more PCBs made with silver traces rather than copper traces. And then inside the die, there's Intel's working on the Z-RAM right now, which is a stack of chips. They're actually stacking the chips on top of each other, the actual dies that are interconnected with what's called a Z formation using silver interconnects in between. And that was for AI because it needs a lot more memory. But then again, there's that lot of heat, right? So heat and fiber optic is what it's going to go to. A lot of silver is going to be needed. Gold's too expensive, and silver's a better conductor. So they're going to have to ultimately, and I do believe that that the chip fabs that are being built in America, they're going to be using a lot of silver. Also, the new battery backups and the new electric vehicle battery packs are going to be the sodium based, not the lithium based. and they use silver on the anode and the cathode. So that's going to require a lot more silver. So the backups, the UPSs, are going to have silver batteries in them. Every single little car is going to have, the electric car is going to have silver-based batteries, sodium batteries in them. So that's where everything appears to be going. In order to get rid of the heat, it's very easy. Ohm's law, you got to reduce the amount of resistance, and the only way to do that is to change your material, the materials that you're working with. The best material you can use for the price is going to be silver. And that's where they're going to have to go before they settle on using all the water. Fun fact for girls: guys don't scratch when they find balls itch. We pinch and roll the skin around, make them not itchy. You're welcome. That's right, damn. Damn's letting the frickin' girls know how the ball wiggle goes. You gotta. Okay, there we go.
Until it was time to deep throat a sin or 12. It's not exactly clear how the tradition of sin eating was started. Some believe that it derives from the Jewish tradition of the scapegoat, a literal goat that was imbued with all of the local sins and troubles, sent out into the wilderness and actively prodded off a cliff, taking all of the town's trials and tribulations with it. Atonement complete. Thanks, Mr. Goat. As for sin eating, it seems that the tradition was finally laid to rest in the beginning of the 20th century with the death of Richard Munslow, the last known sin eater in England. He reportedly was a humble and well-loved farmer who took on the job after the premature deaths of his children. Very sad. All in all, sin eating really was a self-sacrifice when you look at it, trading in any sense of social standing for a few pence. But hey, free bread and beer.
Powder monkey. We got a couple of them in the chat.
If you thought your childhood was rough, imagine dipping, diving, ducking, and dodging your way through cannon fire while slugging a heavy sack of gunpowder on a ship in the middle of the ocean. That's what powder monkeys had to deal with almost on a daily basis. So while you may have been pissed at your mom for taking your Game Boy away for a few days, powder monkeys were grateful if they even saw tomorrow.
A lot of our rhodium is used for turbines, jet turbines.
During the Age of Sail, naval warfare was a pretty common occurrence. Ships just blasting big metal balls at each other in hopes of sinking the other guy faster or causing enough damage to warrant a surrender. In order to give yourself a fighting chance, you needed a well-trained, well-supplied crew who knew their way around cannons. Besides ammunition, the cannons needed a propellant to send those cannonballs barreling at the faces of the enemy. That propellant, of course, was gunpowder. In the heat of battle, every trained sailor needed to man their stations and execute their responsibilities in order to have a decent shot at survival. But one responsibility that didn't need much training outside of carry this shit and run over there was that of supplying powder to the cannoneers. Since there wasn't much to the job description, the task was given to young boys, usually between the ages of 12 and 14. You see, back in this time, between the 16th and 19th centuries, people were just cranking out kids, especially the poor. Simultaneously, nature was just cranking out infectious and deadly diseases, and industry was cranking out fatal working conditions, both of which were promptly streamlining children into the orphanage pipeline. This, of course, caused orphanages to become overburdened, and they needed some relief. And where's the best place to put able-bodied youngsters just looking for any kind of future?
Poor people.
The military, of course.
What up, Sherrod,
European
brother?
and eventually American navies were scooping up hundreds of impoverished chaps each year and dumping them on ships to take on the role of powder monkey, more often than not against their will. But the young lads were quicker, more agile, and physically smaller than their adult counterparts, making them perfect candidates for the job. During a battle, each boy would quickly carry at least 2 leather cases housing powder cartridges from the ship's powder magazine deep down in the hull, all the way up to the cannons. A dangerous job for sure, but a critical one for the success of the skirmish. Oi, lad, bring me that very explosive powder, eh? And be quick about it. Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Boom.
That's a good lad. In exchange, the young fellows were clothed, fed, and given beds, even a little bit of education to fill their heads. The plan was to have the boys eventually become official, full-time members of the Navy, assuming that they survived to adulthood. Yet despite the fact that they were a key part of the crew, they held no formal naval rank on the ships which they served. Now, while it was nice to have a place to call home, clothes on your back, and food in your belly, it of course came with the steep price of witnessing the horrors of war. Just to clarify, I said that powder monkeys were usually between the ages of 12 and 14, but in reality, some were much younger, with some documentation showing cases of children as young as 7 years old. These little guys were subjected to watching their fellow crewmen being blown to smithereens, impaled by split bits of ship, blinded by shrapnel, or having limbs ripped from rogue cannon fire. Like none of which they were immune to themselves, mind you. It wasn't until the end of the War of 1812 that formal regulations were put in place, preventing any recruitment of powder monkeys under the age of 12 from serving on ships in the United States. The British followed in suit with an age limit of 13 for the role, though these age restrictions were still often ignored. The practice did, however, fully die out in the mid-1800s once child labor laws were put in place and technology made the role obsolete. Sorry, kids. Looks like it's a big old box of PTSD for Christmas this year.
Technology made the role obsolete before the law was into effect. The politicians were like, hey, look, I know how we can make ourselves look great. We'll be like, we cannot have children on there anymore. Well, we don't need them anymore. But we was cooking halves, raw onions, and she was always jump back and forth like a bullfrog. But we got so much cooking, so much I would have gained, man, with them onion. No child support.
Medieval medicine was wild. Physicians back then were really just throwing anything at the wall to see what stuck, which led to a bunch of strange medical practices that would, luckily, fall out of favor once modern medicine emerged. One such practice was that of uroscopy, the art and science of checking out your pee to determine your health. Now I know what you're thinking. Isn't this still used in the modern day? Yes, but no. Urinalysis, as it's practiced today, uses chemical, physical, and microscopic analysis of urine samples to generate quantitative data for diagnosis. Uroscopy, on the other hand, well, it had dudes snooping, sniffing, and sipping your pee. Well, Doc? I need a second opinion. Now, you might be surprised to know that the practice of uroscopy has been around for thousands and thousands of years. The earliest known evidence that historians have dates all the way back to the 4th millennium BC, where some ancient Sumerian physicians took note of urinary color. Perhaps the most profound early evidence that we have comes from the ancient Egyptians around 1550 BC. This is the Ebers Papyrus, a 65-foot-long medical scroll from ancient Egypt's New Kingdom era. This single document details over 800 diagnoses and remedies for all kinds of conditions ranging from skin problems, burns, tumors, a limp, broken bones, backwards teeth, brown parasites, and of course, urinary conditions. The study and examination of urine continued for a while, but the formal occupation of uroscopist is believed to have been introduced between the 4th and 7th centuries in the Byzantine Empire, hitting its peak in the Middle Ages. According to medieval Welsh medical texts, it was believed that urine was the filtrate of the four humors.
I troll and say funny shit, assuming I would lie. You wish you were a colonial woman, plastic? I wish you were too.
Bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. Of course, we now know that your pee is the product of your kidneys filtering your blood and excess water, but hey, medical science was still a baby back then. Because of this theory, uroscopists believed that urine was the end-all be-all for determining a person's health status. Thus, it was the most important substance to study. The most telling quality of the urine was its color. So after collecting a fresh sample, a real fresh sample, the color was immediately observed. But a problem with qualitative analysis is that it's completely subjective, whereas quantitative is objective. When it comes to subjectivity, one PP doctor may interpret the same color differently than another. For objectivity, numbers are numbers. There's no argument there. In order to mitigate subjectivity and establish some sort of consistency,
I'm guessing he's going to get into it, but that's how people learned what diabetes was back in the day. So if your body wasn't processing sugar, you peed it out because it wasn't being processed, and they tasted your piss, and if it tasted sweet, you were diabetic.
Recipients often constructed quick reference guides to use as a standard for diagnosis, sharing their knowledge across heavily detailed manuscripts. As an example, if your urine was clear, you might have some spleen issues. If it was dark red, your liver's too hot. Green, you've got jaundice. Black, well, wait, is black urine a thing?
That's right. Yes, absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be doing too well if
Yep.
you're inking out your dink. While you had the visual aspect, uroscopists also ventured down the avenues of smell and taste
There you go.
to solidify the reasonings if a diagnosis couldn't be immediately deciphered from color alone. Urine that tasted sweet
There you
was
go.
evidence of diabetes, whereas stinky pee-pee usually meant infection. Now, while this may seem silly looking at it through a
If your
modern
pee-pee
lens,
stinks.
there was some validity to the practice. Uroscopists were able to...
Dude. Jeez. Infection? Bladder infection? That's rough to see from a man. We got long urethras. That's why women tend to have them more. They got shorter urethras. So it doesn't get washed out as much. Yeah, Nate Piss was black before he died. Yeah, that's what happens when your body starts to shut down. I had a buddy who peed black too. They call it Coca-Cola or cola piss or something like that. Let me see. Cola urine color. Cola. Yeah, cola-colored urine is a serious symptom, often indicating blood in the urine, severe dehydration, liver dysfunction, or muscle breakdown. What happened here? Ooh. But yeah, the mocking tone of this dude in the video is definitely wild. None of the old studies were specifically wrong. Piss is a product of breakdown of blood, urine, inflammation. Yep. I've never had a ween infection of any. I pray I never do. Me too, brother. I don't want. I pray I never do too. 3 shots of septic tank, baby. I'm generally apprehensive when it comes to stimulants. And rum 'em. Oops.
To properly diagnose conditions like diabetes and jaundice through their practices. Diagnosis was great and all, but without proper and effective treatment, you're not going to be making much progress, except just being closer to the grave. It's like if someone tells you, hey, your car is broken, and then proceeds to offer no
What did you
meaningful
say?
solution.
About what?
At that point, they're
You're
just
all
taking
right,
a piss.
Natasha. I pray I never do too.
The ultra
No, you're
wealthy really love spending their
You're
money
good.
on stupid
Oh,
shit.
what?
They love it, in fact.
Language, I don't
When
know.
you've got
I don't know.
more
Maybe-
money than you could spend
maybe-
in 50
maybe it,
lifetimes,
maybe it
why not?
translated
Dumping the
different
most
for him, I don't know.
expensive champagne on luxury
Soaked in
watches,
rum.
a
Ham
fifth
soaked
mansion
in
on the
rum.
beach, rigging
He got shot in the
elections,
90s
whatever
with
tickles their
paralysis.
sacks. But ostentatious spending
Ripped shit
is
on ham
nothing
at the
new.
Jersey
You
Shore.
see, back in the
An excellent discussion on my
1700s,
porch
wealthy
out in
estate
Big
owners in
Potatoes.
England,
Yeah, don't
Ireland,
do
and
that.
Scotland were bored out of their skulls. I mean, think about it. The extent of dopamine rushes back then were what? Attending yet another opulent ball, hunting some wildlife, racing a horse or two, then putting them down when they don't win. And when you felt like a real degenerate, you had excessive
watch
gambling.
Bruce-
But
Yeah,
these
yeah,
frivolous
yeah,
activities got
yeah,
stale
yeah.
real quick. There needed to be something fresh, something grand,
Yep.
something right in your own backyard. That's when the idea of the English landscape gardens started to bloom, transforming
Hunting is a
sprawling
hell of a
grounds of
rush.
estates into picturesque and serene
Especially,
scenes, replacing
especially when the chase is on.
the clear-cut and formal gardens of their French counterparts.
Chasing
English
the-
landscapes
chasing
were
the
to
blood-
appear engineered by
bloodstream.
nature itself, with
taking
natural
rum, ham to the
slopes,
Jersey Shore,
ponds,
yelling at all the
groupings of
stray
trees and
dogs,
flowers,
dodging
a nice
needles. Yeah,
boulder
yeah,
or
yeah,
two,
yeah.
and organic decoration. These established wonderful getaways for owners and guests alike to retreat and get in touch with nature. But for
Most of
some,
them.
all the stone and
You
trees
guys
and
remember
grass
salad
just
fingers?
wasn't
Yep,
cutting
yep,
it.
yep,
Something was
burnt
missing.
face, man.
Something
Yeah, back in the day,
human.
back when Newgrounds was Newgrounds is still like the same site. If you guys haven't been there, I was there the other day. I played a video game on there last week. Yeah, burnt face man.
Like a person. Believe it or not,
Yeah,
some
salad
wealthy
fingers. He
fellas
just
sought
released
out to
another
hire
one, like,
real
within
life
the past
people
couple
as
months.
decorations for their gardens. Take, for example, one Joseph Pocklington. Born into a
Yeah,
wealthy
definitely
banking
the good
family
old
and
days.
receiving
I
his
agree.
inheritance at just 26 years old, his priority was to just
Before anybody could say, make me freaking, hey AI, make me something freaking cool, dude. It's like freaking awesome. What games do I play? Hopscotch, a little bit of freaking, badminton. Basically just Minecraft. I play. I still go back on 80s free arcade and play the original Castlevania. I got freaking there. I'm actually writing a game now, so I don't really play too much. Yeah, David Firth. Yeah, that's his name, David Firth. Yep, Mind Games.
Spend the shit out of it. After all, what's the point of having money if you don't spend it?
That's right.
As my dad always tells me, you only live once, son. Enjoy it. Well, Mr. Pocklington over here made damn sure he was going to enjoy the life he was given. After purchasing his own private island on a lake, he commissioned the construction of his own armed fortress, a druid temple, and several natural grottos. In order to make the estate seem more lively, he advertised employment for a man to
I played
live.
a lot of chess. The problem is it's always people online that like to play, and I've lost a bunch of subscribers because they lost, and so I don't play anymore. Because now if I lose, they say that I let them win, and so I don't. Yeah, but yeah, so I don't play online chess anymore. I'm old school too. Spent the last 3 days trying to fix a CRT TV so I can play my SNES on it. Yeah, they make it happen, brother. You absolutely should. And there's lots of data out there to do. There's lots of videos, lots of data. Getting your Z, what's it called? The Z driver, the Z driver, what's it called? I can't remember the name of the freaking high voltage transformer. Is that my mantra? The money thing? You gotta spend it.
In
Gotta
his
spend
garden,
it all.
demanding that they
Yeah, Lovely Lamb Lunch is like Pokemon, but with money. Instead of gotta catch them all, he says you gotta spend it all. And flyback transformer, yeah. Flyback transformer, that's it.
quote, live for 7 years without washing or cutting his hair or nails. The man was to never speak or interact with any guests and would spend his lonely days in an artificial cave.
I mean, it's gonna draw something if it gets the right voltage. Yeah, typically, yeah. If you're not getting all the low voltage stuff isn't really that difficult, and it's like it rarely ever blows. It's typically high voltage stuff.
The basic idea was for guests to observe a man in his most natural state, untouched by societal influence. If the man was able to carry out these conditions, he would be paid the equivalent of about $100,000 in today's money. Now that's spread over the whole 7 years, so it's not really that much. But the position was dubbed the Ornamental Garden Hermit.
Wow.
And get this, Pocklington was not the only fella to come up with this idea. Others employed their own hermits with much more lenient rules. Perhaps the most well-known example was the Hill family from Shropshire.
What up, cat?
Their botanical bro was dubbed Father Francis, and he fully interacted with guests, told stories, and dispensed his own wisdom, all while maintaining a mysterious yet comforting presence.
I want to see the hermit, mummy. I want to see the hermit.
The trend of the ornamental garden hermit lasted just over a century, finally being uprooted in the 1830s in favor of living statues. And to answer your question, no, garden gnomes were not inspired by the garden hermit. Those came from Germanic folklore, hundreds of years prior. But they'll still guard your garden as best they can.
Nice. Oh no. Hey everybody. Oops, I broke something. There we go. Rock guy. You never heard of a garden hermit? Yeah, I think it's the first time I've ever heard of it too. Alright, ready? There we go. Let's see what you got, wackadoo. Oops, 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 oops. Ranking favorite chicken screams. Holy crap. Hold on, one more time. Alright, damn, she got freaking clobbered. But this big girl falling on this little girl, that had to hurt like this. Boom, boom, boom. Damn. I definitely flinched. It got me good. I got a big screen TV. It's I got a 33-inch freaking monitor in front of me. The ball was like this big. Yeah, it always gets me too. Oh my god, it's a screaming video. Yeah, I mean in tears. Yep, that's freaking wackadoo stuff. Wackadoo stuff. Let's see, where are we going now? Damn. Scared the shit out of me. Got a new shirt. Home of the Oxpeckers. Get you one. It's my new shirt. I already sold one. Yeah, I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome. Yeah, you definitely felt too. Home of the Oxpeckers. It's definitely cute. Big up Shivraj. Alright, let's see. Screaming chickens. Alright, let's see. Save up to 20%. No way. Okay. No. Okay, we're not going to watch that. Okay. Okay, no. Rip to the parkour guy. 110th grade? It's what happens after you graduate 109th grade. Yep, me and Kat came up with it. Oh, you came up with two hilariously story ideas today? Well, good. So, 110th grade, January 10th is my birthday, and Kat, the creator's birthday. January 10th, 110. That's what our grandfather used to call us. What? I'm not gonna... Oh, painful moments. Jeez. Oh, no. Jesus. Chrysler. Oh. Man. This is rough. I just saw it. Oh, dude. Oh, I missed it. Oh, that's fake. Oh! Oh, this is rough, too. Man, right in the freaking... You're not going to break his damn neck. What up, Sylvia? Welcome, Sylvia. Yeah, dude. It was rough. Yeah, dude. She gets it in the back of the freaking head hard right there. Sylvia. Yeah, that must be a broken freaking neck. Oh, jeez. Crikey. Can you please send me the link to that video? Yeah. Yeah, it'll be in your Discord. Which one? The one we're watching right now is this video. Okay, yeah. All right, it's in your Discord. Oh. Let's stick them. Two hilarious ideas for both physical comedy. Good to see you too. Good to see you too. You all remember the moon shoes back in the 90s? Yeah. Those were great. I assume you have the British, not written. You're welcome. Okay, let's see. Oops, that's me. You can go onto his channel and watch it. We haven't seen it 75 times yesterday and sent every 13 seconds. And razors, scooters, yep. They're still pretty popular down here. I haven't been on the tube lately. Okay, let's see. Oh.
Top 10 most painful moments. 10.
Logan. Oh, I missed it again. Dang it. All right, what am I missing? You don't know pain until you fail to kickflip, land on the butt crack. I have, brother, I have. Brother, listen, I've done an invert, a hand plant invert, whatever you want to call it, on the top of a half pipe, and my hand slipped off the coping, and my freaking nose came right down first. I had one hand on my board, the other hand I was obviously upside down, and so here's the edge of it came off the coping, and my face went boom, my nose right on the freaking edge of the metal coping. Yeah, that was worse. I remember the Razor scooters, but not the immune shoes. Hashtag passive aggressive. Ankles riz because I was playing basketball when I was at school and I scored. You don't know how to skate? That's what I heard. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, this is the trampoline like things. Bow. Okay, there we go. There we go. Rudy.
Top 10 most painful moments. 10.
That was dumb as shit.
9. 8. 7.
What?
6.
Oh.
5. 4.
He's just getting the balls over and over again? This dude sucks. Parkour. Oh, that hurt her. That's freaking wackadoo. Bunch of wackadoos. Hangnail or a blister. Extremely painful parkour fail. Ah! Alright, let's see. Alright. Me and mommy. I meant 6'5". I know. Again. Remember when inflatable furniture was popular? Yep. Yep. He's not here. Watch some real pranks. I hate freaking pranks, dude. I hate when people set that shit up. It pisses me off, especially when they do it to their friends. I rollerbladed more than skated because roads in the South aren't smooth, and I guess I wasn't gay. And I guess I was gay? I was nice, though. I used to do taekwondo, too. It was paper. Ross Creations. Oops. 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 Yeah, that'll teach you. That'll teach you. He's talking to beanbags was the shit. Water boats, however, yeah, they sucked. I don't know, like water beds at the time. I think I hated them now though. I don't ever remember really liking them. I remember always hating them. I never owned one, but I slept on many. Yeah, that's why I hated them. That's why I hated them. they always went against me, like the wrong way. All right, let's see. Let's see. Destroyed in 2 days. Making laundry soap. No way. I'm malnourished. Ugh. I had my own bed, but it hurt because of my pillow because it was hard.
Tattoo of right across her chest, it says F the police. Unless she really loves the song, but Granny ain't playing around. She got that recently. Looks like it. I mean, it's still fresh. There's no way she got that when she was younger. Okay, Graham. You're cool. You're with it. Ladies love it. I bet you they don't. But hey, looks like you got arrested, so maybe men in jail will like it.
Don't drop the soap.
I can guarantee ladies are repulsed by that tattoo. If you can't grow a mustache, just say it, you know? Don't get something embarrassing on your top lip. Own the bear. And this guy got a Shrek tattoo. Again, tramp stamp. It says, get out of my swamp. Hey, I love Shrek. Am I getting a tattoo for him? No. Shrek is love, and Shrek is...
And I found this. It's like, it's about 5 minutes walk from my house.
I hate when beds get hot. Yeah, you mean like hot water? Yeah. I like finding a cool spot. Yeah. 'Twas. I've got a nectar mattress. Yeah, I've seen them. I got a freaking Sam's Club mattress. Yeah, ducks, absolutely. What up, Plus? Ducks can absolutely be mean bastards.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Is life, but lower tattoo.
Get out of my swamp?
Alright, she's freaking going
This
too
person
much.
got a
Ugh. Jeez. You got snake.
Great balls of mating.
That's a lot of
Here
freaking
we are at
snakes.
the snake pits of Narcissus, Manitoba on May 1st. Prime time for mating season. And we see there right now in what you call a mating ball.
Mating
This
ball.
is actually the most snakes in the whole world gathered here on this.
Me and Brooke once got a deal. We're gonna have a 1,500 for 2K. Let it go for 500. Nice, huh? Yeah.
Those are mating balls.
Mating balls.
Goodness gracious. Great balls of mating.
Great balls of mating.
Here we are at this.
It's a lot of freaking snakes. A lot of freaking snakes. I used to have one that looked exactly like that. Garter snake. That's probably where they were collected from. Oh, shit. If you get a purple harmony bullet, make sure you get the boosters. I was expecting it. I was expecting it. Alright, where was it? You guys got me looking at all the fucking wackadoo. Jeez, dude. Jesus King, Rapture's coming. What up, Brad, brother? She paid $300 for that. Nice, nice work. What the? No way. That's horrible. That's dumb. Jesus. I love pillows. Yeah, that's horrible. That's stupid. Oh, man, people are so dumb. I'm laying on one right now. Somebody was practicing on himself. From the Disney tattoo community. Girl I went to high school with got tats from one of her friends, some dingy house. The shattered memory foam one sucks. That's how I make that. Pillows. Oh, no way. Gave herself freckles and temporary blindness. You gotta be kidding me, dude. That's freaking crazy. For your hairs. My local shop is worse than yours. Coolness? Wow. He got coolness tattooed on his forehead. Those are all her different boyfriends. MyPillow.com. Jeez. Yeah, that shit pisses me off. I can't watch this anymore. Look at this freaking guy's head. Look at that shit. I got an idea. I'm gonna put eyeballs all over your head. Oh, please tell me that's real. Look at that freaking thing. Look at that. This is what I wanted. This is what I got. You got statins? Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. Man. All right, Siraj, brother. What up, Magic Cat? Some of the past level tributes are the worst. Yeah, I agree. Oh, that's horrible. You can't even see it. Jeez, let me try that over again. This is so bad. Oh, one, I'll reach out and grab you. Oh, God, dude. That's actually a pretty good idea. L is for leather. I have a long lost cat. Same color. My tattoos are professional. Phew, that looks so tough, dude. He's like, look, what's up, ladies? What's up, ladies? Jeez Louise. Ugh, man.
Easy makes an appearance. About time you go, isn't it? Blimey. I've been back in ruins today.
What's this broken ass thing? Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't either.
How's your day been, love? Oh, here he is. He makes an appearance. About time you go, isn't it? Blimey.
Yeah, I got zero also.
Today. But my fingers to the bone. I've been.
Yeah.
He's dead now. He's poisoned himself.
Okay.
Lenny's dead. And
Right.
I found out about that affair you've been having. Hey?
Yep.
Don't think you're going to go over that. Hey? Hey?
Yep.
I don't think you're going to get any sex tonight. Hey, sex tonight. I'm on strike. Hey? And Dennis in the dog, which is dead.
Happiness is a cigar called Hamlet.
How's your day?
Dun, 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 dun. All right, here we go. All right, let's see. 8:40. 8:40 p.m. Oh, dang it. Come on, broken, busted ass wackadoo.
So I picked up a snake.
Uh-oh.
Then I remembered, I'm scared of snakes.
I'm
So I
scared.
picked up a snake. Then I remembered, I'm scared of snakes.
Dun, 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 dun. But my back piece is horrible, man. It looks like prison work. It looks like prison work. I'm surprised there's not a video of it. All right. Him. Oh, jeez. No way. Somebody got a white freaking tattoo on their tongue. Look at that. Look at that freaking wackadoo. Prison tattoos are actually can be very well done. It's usually aren't. Right, of course. If it's a freaking, if it's an actual artist that's doing it. Gabriel stabbing Satan. Yes, Dylan, I do remember you. Do you remember me? That was your Canadian friend, right? Yes, that's plus ultra. The middle tat looks like a bag. Ink. Paternity. Penitentiary. I meant vag. Typo. It does look like a bag too. It's got a zipper on it. Oh. No way. She's got, look at this. She's got her freaking tongue ring or lip ring caught in her braces. And I can tell. She's in the Discord, yeah. Factual. Yeah, with a vag zipper. I'm like, woman, you gotta close that thing. It's open for everybody. I currently have no tattoos, but thinking get an oxpecker on my pee-pee. There you go, bro. That's a good idea. I got you. Bam. Oxpecker. It's cat. Actual factual. Cat B is what it is. Cat B, actual factual. But it's your freaking reach for the sky. Well, I was looking in like an inmate tattoo. Who the F thought it was a good idea to get that tattooed, man? Yeah, people have bad ideas. People have bad. I mean, that's usually why they're in jail, though. They're in jail because they make bad decisions. Then when they're in jail, they make bad decisions. Kemal, I'll send it to her. I'll put it in her so she can forward it to you. There you go. A magic cat, I'm a Canadian friend. Canadian friend. Alright, let's see. Oh, my old car. 20 stupid car mods. Oh, jeez. Medical oddities.
Arrived, and it's certified fresh off the runway.
My neck is hot. Oh my God, just.
What is this? Oh, look at that.
National Museum of Health in Maryland. I like face tats. Give me my boys some.
So I'm at the National Museum of Health and Medicine. And
Silver Spring, Maryland.
Among many very interesting things here, they have a little display. That's the bullet. A little hard to see, but it's the bullet that killed Abraham Lincoln. Wow.
Damn.
And then this is bone fragments taken at his autopsy, or during his autopsy. Bone fragment, Lincoln's skull found in Dr. Edward Curtis's autopsy kit.
Jesus. Fellow Canadian. I'm a Winnipegger.
This was a probe that was used to locate the bullet. The white porcelain tip, which is missing, would have shown a black mark if it had encountered the soft lead bullet.
Yeah.
And this is locks of President Abraham Lincoln's hair.
Damn.
Which is hard to see, but it's there, I promise.
It's there. Originally from Vancouver.
There's a lot of really interesting medical information here, kind of like oddities. It's interesting to see
and a lot of bad
the
stuff.
technology from the early mid 1800s. A lot of Civil War information too about prosthetics and medical procedures and injuries and diseases. Is very interesting. So I'm going to take you through, show you as much as I can.
I told my friend I got his naked mom tattooed on the inside of my eyelid so I can see her when I close my eyes. He didn't believe me.
This reminds me of the Bone Museum. Look at that. Wow. Fetal skeleton, 4 months.
They're just a
5
clump of
months.
cells at 4 months. They're just
All
a
the
clump
way
of
up.
cells. If you take it off the if you take the skeleton
at birth.
out.
Why is that one the creepiest one? That thing looks freaky, man.
Yeah. The eyeballs. I don't think the eyeballs grow after birth. I think eyeballs stay the same size. That's why
Their heads
children
are
look so
huge.
cute because their eyeballs are so big.
This is 3 years
There's a
old
dark
here.
path to tread.
5 years old at the end.
See how the eye sockets are the
It
same
says
size.
Civil War surgeons drilled a circular hole into the skull to relieve intracranial pressure after head injuries. These trephinations
What
were
up,
successful
T-shirt?
in about half of the 220
My
operations
friends, I have
performed
no
by
influence in
Union
burning
surgeons.
Damn bones, damn bones. Oof.
Oof.
Cranial
Look at the
trepanation.
hole in that one.
Trepanning. That's a big one.
Trephination is one of the oldest known surgical techniques.
Damn.
Look at this.
What's up?
Brain ruptured skull.
We're seeing where our today's doctors got all their good ideas from.
With epidural hemorrhage. Wow, look at this. Brain and spinal cord from 1935. The spinal cord is a complex bundle of axons, or nerve fibers, that carry information from the brain to the torso, arms, and legs.
Big old pile of them bones.
That is wild.
That's wild. Hey.
Brain gunshot wound.
Oh
my gosh. That is...
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Wow.
Missing top right.
What?
Sharp force trauma to the
Brain
right lobe.
sharp
Patient
force
stabbed
trauma
with
of right
scissors.
lobe. Oh, you read the thing? Frontal bone and right frontal lobe. Where's this? Oh yeah, patient stabbed with a pair of scissors, broken off.
Yep, Dane
portion of
Bramage.
scissor
What
found
up, Bear?
embedded in the skull. Oh my gosh. People find themselves in crazy situations.
Yes, sir.
After being struck by a car, this individual did not receive medical attention. The medical examiner found evidence of the injury at autopsy 10 days later. 50-year-old male, knocked down by auto and temporarily stunned.
And regained
10
consciousness.
days later, he
returned.
died.
Damn.
Amputation. Gunshot wound in the thigh at the Battle of Cedar Creek, October 19th, 1864. Surgeons attempted to save the limb, but after a secondary hemorrhage and evidence of infection, an amputation at the mid-thigh was required. Sergeant Edwin Ulmer. His leg continued to show evidence of infection, as shown here in a small dead bone fragment removed from the amputation stump. The bone was literally just rotting away. Out of 66 cases recorded by Union surgeons, Ulmer was one of only 11 patients who survived.
Oh, wow.
He recovered well
That
and worked
sounds pretty
as
good.
a telegraph operator in New Jersey after the war.
When they do this about the
Oof, all these different... Look at this guy, got his fingers blown off here. Hand amputation. Private John Butler. Oh, yeah, there's nails still on there. This was back when, they just took out the hacksaw, basically. Yeah, here it is. It's basically a hacksaw. Just cut it off. I mean, it's probably not that different than today.
Nope.
You're numbed a little more, but I can tell by looking at this was never fixed.
Nope.
And it just grew back weird.
Yep.
Fracture was badly aligned, I would say, and Rose's leg was amputated in 1862. Those are feet? Oh my God. Limbs amputated during the Civil War. Oof. Dude, war is nasty.
Yeah, look at the hand amputation. You can see the bullet hole in the wrist.
Wow. Yeah, that's a bullet hole right there through the wrist.
Damn.
Look at the finger bones. It looks like chicken bones or something.
They ain't chicken.
Private John Brown, 109th New York Infantry, sustained an accidental gunshot wound when his foot caught the hammer of his gun and it discharged in his bunk. November 3rd, 1863, the foot and ankle were amputated.
Damn, that's a
During World War I, plaster life masks aided surgeons and artists in sculpting facial prosthetics for most severely wounded. In later years, these facial reconstruction case histories were exhibited at scientific meetings to display advances in maxillofacial and plastic surgery. Roland Ward, jaw was shattered during the Civil War.
Holy crap.
These different helmets. This one's 1917. Soldiers called it the tin hat. And then there's the M1 helmet. That one took a shot. Wow. 1966 era.
I know, I just wanted to mean something, you know.
And then this is a personal armor system for ground troops. Helmet, 1990s. It's a general surgical kit for the U.S. Navy, early 19th century.
General surgical kit. That's pretty much all you need to be a doctor.
Different kits here from over the years.
Jesus.
That is just archaic looking.
Yep.
I would imagine that some of these are pretty much what is used today.
You could get a panther over it. It's big, black, and probably be ideal.
But they look pretty creepy.
Even as a panther doesn't mean anything
Pretty
to you.
intimidating.
You know what
Look at
else you
that
can
thing.
get over it? You could get over a freaking horse testicle. Might not mean anything to you, but it's big. And, my aunt had a map of the British Isles tattooed
These
on her
old,
back. She was a bit strange, but she always
prosthetics.
knew where you were.
Drake, artificial leg, 1866.
And they still did good work. Look at that.
The middle one, the big one, 1945. You can see how the technology
And it's not really any different than it is
changed.
today. Just different materials.
1960.
Civil War surgeon kit, bone saw and certificate of death. Ain't that the freaking
This one here, this reminds me of
and
the
a
future.
big ass bottle of whiskey, and that's for real. Yeah, you ain't got no leg to stand on, fella. Dun, 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 dun. Panther is a way cooler than a horse
The way that
testicle.
looks.
Look, I have a panther in him. Right, and you're missing a horse testicle, right? That would be cool with sharks or a velociraptor.
Oh wow, look at the hand.
Yeah, with springs. Look, they did that shit in the 1800s.
On April 30th, 1945,
Or no,
Corporal
1940s.
Robert O. Burkhardt, 4th Infantry Division, was riding on a tank struck by a rocket fired from an enemy aircraft. The explosion took off his right arm and injured his right leg. He underwent rehabilitation at Walter Reed General Hospital from 1945 to 47 and was fitted with this prosthetic
Someone put a foot
arm.
wrong. Yeah, they put a
Burkhardt,
foot in the wrong
machinist,
spot.
could not use the
A boom spot.
prosthesis to handle his tools and
think you mean a
relied
dark
on his
palette.
left hand. Little child's artificial leg, 1870.
Footloose! Footloose! Footloose. Now that's funny. That's funny.
1864, articulating
I'm on
fingers
fire. Put me out.
with a glove on it.
I don't know because the chicken did it.
These various bone infections.
Dude, did you see the ones that they're doing for like full limb blackouts? They're like 3 inches wide. It's like 40 needles or something like that. Tattoo blackout needle kit. Look at this. Look how freaking big this thing is. How many needles is it? So 49 magnums. for black solid deep coverage. Crazy freaking. Give that man a hand.
During the Civil War, more than 400,000 soldiers died from diseases, almost twice as many of those who died from combat injuries. This occurred before modern germ theory and antibiotics were developed. Thus, bacterial infections ravaged camps and complicated the treatment of battlefield injuries. Open latrines, unclean water, stifling tents, and rotting food turned crowded camps into breeding grounds for sickness and disease. Hysteria, informally known as the runs, or bloody flux, ravaged both Civil War armies.
Yeah. What's her face
Typhoid
is doing
fever,
that too.
a contagious bacterial infection, was spread through human contact and by
what's her name? The
contaminated
tattoo
food
chick?
and water.
Damn
Even
it.
common childhood diseases such as chickenpox, measles, and mumps were deadly in the unsanitary conditions.
Earl pit.
This is the
if you're Ash.
Typhoid fever.
What's her name? I thought her name was Kat also. Yeah, she had that TV show and she was like really, really pale. The woman that had Kat Von D. Yeah. Kat Von D blackout.
Oh, but I want to ask about your tattoos.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you're getting inked out. What is it? Is there a term for it? It's really fascinating looking.
Yeah,
It reminds me of one of those
thanks.
hairless cats kind of.
Yeah, I have hairless cats. Yeah, I've been blacking out all my tattoos.
Now you're going to get 80% of your body done?
No, I'm gonna do all of it.
Your whole body's going to be in dark ink?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, here's a video of you right here.
Catherine, yeah.
Ooh, what is that, boy? Is that a damn cake cutter?
That's 40 needles.
God damn, brother, that thing.
It's funny because, when I first got into tattooing was during a time when there was no tattoo shows or anything. So it was like you would not get hired if you had a face tattoo or, you know what I mean? It was a different era. And then the TV shows like blew up and then everybody has a tattoo now. But I feel like ever since I started blacking out my tattoos, I feel like I went back to the time where people hated tattoos again because people just do not like this. They're very confused by why I'm doing this.
Me too. I'm confused.
And this is a section of the colon with typhoid fever. And this is dysteria.
That was the colon. This is the
and
period.
Intestines.
And it looks like it's a semicolon. Oh,
This
damn.
is a leg with elephantitis.
Imagine
This
if she
leg was
lives
amputated in 1894.
Dude, she's got them dollars. She's gonna nip and tuck and freaking sand and stem cell and all that, dude. Have you ever seen what stem cells do to scars? They like erase them. So you can get, for people that in the industries that they lose a lot of body weight and they got extra skin, they can get it cut off and they can get stem cells injected in the seams and they just disappear. But it's not. We need more research in America. Stem cells on scars themselves. Like here's a little one, but I'm trying to see if I can find a better representation. Like look at that. That's before. This is before and after. They just like disappear. They disappear. It's like the Control Alt Delete. Like look at this wrist. It's like this to this to this. It like Control Alt deletes your body and like it resets it. Stem cells are the cells that are created. The body, when a sperm and an egg meet, they start splitting into a bunch of stem cells. Then after they get to a certain size of mass, parts of the DNA is red, and then they start being formed into different parts of the body and whatnot. They're the blank cells, and you can get them. They're like that's what's left over in umbilical cord blood. That's why you hear people go. If you hear about people that save their cord blood. That's so if something happens in the future, you can get the stem cells out of that to fix them. But like Ronnie Coleman, the big black guy, the Mr. Olympian, he could not walk. And with all the great surgeons and all the money and everything and all the doctors in America, he went to frickin' Mexico to get stem cells, and now he's lifting again. He's lifting weights again. So if you can get stem cells re-injected into your body, they say, no, this is wrong. This should be like this. And it rebuilds your body. So cocoa, high flavanol cocoa, like 100%, anything above like I think 76%. It tells you, cocoa tells your body to release your bone marrow to release more stem cells to do body repair. And this is straight adrenochrome. So this is one of the reasons thought why we crave chocolate so much. Cocoa and free stem cells. High flavanol cocoa, 70 to 80%, acts as a natural regenerative, and free to circulate food that mobilizes stem cells from the bone marrow to the bloodstream to repair tissues. So to repair the body. She's covered in blackout ink. Oh, man, I think disappearing. No. I'm not saying it's disappearing. No, it's not going to disappear. No. But like when she gets saggy, they're going to do nips and tucks and then give her stem cells and she'll get filled back in and whatnot. You know, I'm just saying the issues, the saggy skin, they're going to get facelifts and fillers and all that. Yeah. I ain't got, no. The pigmentation's going to stay there. Yeah, but she probably no. We'll see how long. We'll see. I mean, if we're around that long. Got all their albums. Yeah, boy.
Year-old man who had elephantitis for 12 years. Look, you can see where the bone is. Wow, look at that growth.
Yep. Looks like my...
Man, that's crazy. This is by far the creepiest thing here. Oh my gosh. Oh. Is that medical enough for you?
That's medical enough. Howard Stem.
This is like a medical oddities museum. Wow. Elephantitis scrotum.
Scrotum.
So he was shot twice in the head.
Yeah, you had two skulls.
Wow.
Damn. Holy shit, through and through. Man, that's rough.
All the deformed bullets and shrapnel. There are over 500 bullets and
it's gonna
pieces
be funny
of shrapnel
seeing all these
in the
super
Civil War
alternative
collection.
people when they're older.
The
Right, that's what I was
projectiles
saying.
on
I was saying,
display were
we'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Moved from
How old
wounds.
is she? She's probably younger than I am, so maybe I won't see. Kat Von D. She's 44. So she's 5 years younger than me. Yeah, those are real. Yeah. That's where I used to live and where Kat the creator lives. She lives in Maryland now. It's where I'm from. This is where this thing is. Listen, I'm shallow, I'll admit, but I like beauty, and after all, what I can't do to her body is attract her. No, I understand. No, I got you, brother. I got you.
Others are still embedded in bone or wet tissue.
Wet
These
tissue.
are all gunshot wounds.
Beetlejuice. Yeah. I think that's what she's going for. I think
The
she's going
bullets
for
are
that
still in the
Elvira
bone.
look. She definitely looks like what Elvira looks like.
That would hurt.
Oh, shot in the knee.
This is
Through and through.
the ribs trajectory of the bullet.
Damn.
Look at all that.
She's right.
That's fascinating.
That's real. That's why I think she's coloring her whole body black. That's why I think she's doing that. Because of her racism, you know. She's like, look, I'm not racist. Look, I'm just like you. That's real baby. That's real babies. It's real babies.
All these different fractures.
Yep. Proper vamp diva is what she was. Man, that's a lot of broken femurs, boy. Ugh.
Cannonball shot.
Damn.
12-pound cannonball shot right to the leg there. Blew it apart.
How do you not bleed?
So that's it from the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Maryland.
Yeah, she was.
Not too far
Elvira
from
as a character in
DC.
the game I played.
Fascinating
Dude,
place.
There's a lot. Listen, look, hold on. How many video games use Elvira as a character? 90 Horrors Adventure series had her own titles. Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, Jaws of Cerberus, Call of Duty, Infinite Warfare. Yeah, she's in a lot of games. Waxworks, Call of Duty, Elvira's Premium Pinball. Yeah, they used to have pinball machines with her on the cover. On the cover, on the back. Yeah, there it is right there. There it is right there. Yeah, there she is. There she is. Yep, that's back in the day, boy. Look at the freaking... All right, now we're going to go on an Elvira look. There you go. There's her back in the 80s. 80s and 90s. Mistress of the night. Yeah, she was a redhead. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare Zombies. Okay, yeah, front Soho down to Brighton. And sure played a mean pinball. There you go. This is what she looked like. There you go. Dan. Yeah, that freaked me out. Living skeletons. Great. Now my freaking feed is all wackadoodle. Ugh. Oil boys won't stop bubble maxing. Dude, these guys are so freaking crazy.
Pro master.
Look at these fake muscles.
رياضي بقى ولا لسه يعني؟
This is a testament that is true muscle.
This is elite behavior. They are bubble maxing for real.
Disclaimer, this video is educational and informative in nature. Do not contact anyone shown in this video. Also, this video is discussing steroids.
Do not use steroids.
This is entirely for educational and entertainment purposes only.
You want to
Link
know
in
something more
description.
terrifying than my crippling depression? AI. And you want to know something that is working in the face of AI? These homies right here. Because they literally stand in the face of any lousy artificial intelligence creating inflated and beautiful physiques and instead take it upon themselves to create their own in a unique
And now
fashion.
he's getting his
They
like
take
arms
this
and
so
shit cut out. And he's
seriously
gonna
that they are
die.
willing
Yeah,
to put their
because he
life.
couldn't afford the silicone, like actual filler silicone stuff. So he started using his own stuff, like just online on live streams. Yeah. Russian guy. Yeah. He'll probably be in here.
Lines just to look so abnormal. This is elite behavior. They are bubble maxing for real. Now, before I get into this video, I have to ask you to please subscribe. Does me a huge favor. Statistically speaking, most of you aren't subscribed. We have a whole team here, and I like to keep the lights on for everybody. So please, if you could, hit that subscribe button. Also, I wanted to shout out our supplement company, one of the best on the internet, in my personal opinion. We have a whole product line that I'm super excited to debut, but it is in the works. It takes a long time for R&D. Let me tell you what, discount, folks. But you can go there right now by using the link below in the description. Using code Coach Colton, you can get yourself a discount. Not only does it support this channel, but it supports a whole nother team of people that I also help keep the lights on for. So we're balling out here by just feeding people income. And I promise you, the smallest piece of the pie. Back to the video. We talk a lot about this bubbly look that you commonly see within the fringes of the fitness industries, but what is it exactly? Well, this is oil. They're injecting a shit ton of oil in their bodies, deep into the muscle to make the muscle look rounder. Now, there's a problem with this, and you could probably logically think about it. One, it's just stupid. I mean, it's just absolutely dumbfounding that people find this to be, one, appealing, and two, worth doing in the first place. I mean, it's not getting you girls. No girl is looking at you and saying,
yes, there is.
That
absolutely
is what
100%.
I want. That is my ideal man. 6 foot something.
Got that freaking, you're up there on the internet. You got freaking million followers looking at your bubble maxed ass, and she's getting bubble maxed into her butt cheeks and whatnot too. Yeah, you definitely are.
Big, round, 40-inch necrotic arms. That's what I want.
Привет. Давай познакомимся.
Let's get acquainted.
А?
Can we please?
А вы слышите меня? Ну, можно, пожалуйста? Ну, блин, вы такая красивая, простая. Просто хотел познакомиться.
No, in fact, this individual is another case where he is having to see a doctor because that oil he is injecting into his arms is starting to make the tissue itself go necrotic, or in other words, die.
Right.
What's the treatment plan? What's next? Well, I have an appointment with Dr. Hassan Balata, God willing, on the 21st. I have an appointment with him and also an appointment with a Dr. Jihab, also God willing. The doctor is coming from Saudi Arabia specifically to look at the case. So hopefully there will be hope, God willing, with these people.
And the reason for that is the oil in his arms that they're injecting to inflate the size is in such abundance, it's basically strangulating the arm or the muscle there. It can't get oxygen and blood delivery. And so eventually and over time, that tissue begins to die. As it sits there necrotic in your body, it starts to metabolize. And that
look how sick his neck and everything
byproducts. Those byproducts.
Like his eyes are sinking into his head. His neck looks absolutely skinny and horrible because it's all that rot in his body.
Happen to be extremely toxic for the human body and actually kill people. So yeah, not so great. This also happened to one of the most infamous oil boys, Bazooka Arms. We made a whole video about him, or Bazooka Hands.
I'm professional man, natural, Bazooka Hands. I'm professional bodybuilder, Mr. Olympia, muscle, naturalis, a Kung Fu pro, master.
I don't remember which one. It's really irrelevant at this point, but he had to get surgery. We talked about it extensively where he really removed 2/3 of his arm muscle. Like not the oil, the actual muscle. And when that happened, the doctors explained to press after he had an emergency visit that he said he injected over 3 liters of oil into each arm to achieve the size. Now, I don't know if you put that into perspective, but I encourage you, grab a bottle of water, a liter bottle of water, like one of those smart water with things, you know, and just think about that being 1/3 of what he put into his arm. Jeez. Absolutely insane.
So this is just oil. This is just filler oil. Some of them do steroids to get big, but they don't get big enough, so they do this filler oil. This isn't even muscle. This is just oil inside of there. And they inject it into the muscle, not under the skin. So like, look at this dude with the freaking boobs. No one has ever looked normal after any cosmetic procedure. Embrace aging. Agreed. What up, Space Cow?
Consider the size of the guy that we're talking about here and the comparison to peak bazooka hands or arms or whatever, knees and toes. And you can see he's almost bigger, very considerably bigger. Not only that, but he has oil in other places too, like his traps and all over his body. This is literally like the most bogus anime face-off where like one oil boy just opened up his domain expansion and it disenables the other oil boy from engaging in reverse curse technique and he can't heal and now he's going necrotic. Crazy times. Now, what is wild is in this interview, he says that young kids are asking him the name of the drug that he's using. They want to know how they can look like him.
Even to this day, people want to know the substance. That's another point I don't get. Even today, all the young people, I mean, they'll say, tell me the name of the drug. I could list many drug names, but no, don't
Ask someone to tell you the name of the substance they took while they're explaining their painful experience, and they can't even help themselves.
Right.
If you're not feeling it, you'll find the listener saying, "Tell me the name of the drug."
When in fact, there is no drug. And it would be a lot easier to say, hey, this guy's just blasting steroids, but the delusion goes so much further. He's just pumping his arms and muscles full of oil. And you might think that it's some special kind of oil, but you're wrong. It's not. It can be anything. I've seen all sorts of anecdotes from people. Olive oil, vegetable oil, synthol, hyaluronic acid, even more.
Yeah,
like
so
this is just the
hyaluronic
surface
acid
of it all.
is
And
what
Muhammad,
girls put in their lips and stuff like that, and like in their cheekbones. And, well, I guess guys do too. People do. Well, Lopak, what the cat's dragged in.
even says that his actions hurt himself on a daily basis. He can't even sleep because of the weight that's compressed onto him from all of the oil.
No sleep at all, by the way.
Right, the oil ain't gonna dissolve.
You can't tell why you can't sleep.
Did you hear that? They said,
Exhausted.
so he won't say what kind he's used, but the other people say they use olive oil, freaking canola oil, synthol, and hyaluronic acid. Hyaluronic acid's, like I said, what girls get in their lips when they get the duck lips. Ugh.
Mentally, physically, and emotionally. It's not just you that you've destroyed. I didn't just hurt myself. I hurt those behind you, whether my children or my family. I destroyed your whole life completely. I paid the price for that mistake, but I didn't pay it alone. Those behind me paid the price, and they're still paying the price to this day.
Which is a really good point, because if you think about it, if you have bags of oil all over your body hanging around in muscle, like how can you even lay to
the muscle
get
ain't gonna
comfortable?
work
Like that
properly.
just sounds uncomfortable
Like, can
in
you
general.
imagine trying to flex your muscle just to move something and there's pockets of freaking oil? Yes, very harmful. Think about when you eat those oils and those extra fats end up in your muscles and whatnot. They just injected it in with a needle. So it's not even distributed. Like when you get fat, you usually get fat all over. They're getting fat in particular places. Yeah. Popeye.
He goes on to say that he is dying every day, begging doctors to examine him, begging them to do procedures on him. The only one that did offer to actually examine him refused to do surgery to remove some of what they're thinking is necrotic tissue.
It's important. Why isn't a credible doctor speaking out? What are you afraid of? I'll sign a waiver. Whoa. I'm dying every day. And take a positive step. Examine me. Only one doctor examined me and refused surgery because there must be reasons. Funniest. He was scared it wouldn't succeed or become a media thing. After agreeing, he backed out. He said he couldn't operate. A cosmetic surgery to look, cosmetic fix. It was plastic surgery. Yeah, I had to get plastic surgery.
And I have talked about this
Look
before,
at
but
these
this
guys.
happens in a lot of third world countries, and I don't really know why. You don't often see this, at least
I know why.
extreme measures of oil injection within the United States.
I
Here
know
we
why.
have a guy in
It's
Brazil.
the amount of money they typically make. Think about making $6 a day working in a factory. You can get a few $100s a day off the internet with what people are just watching, and a few $100 to a few $1,000s off of these interviews. You get flown around the world just from injecting oil into you and getting in front of your cell phone camera. He's Egyptian. Happy birthday, lamb.
Brazil doing a very similar thing, injecting his muscles full of oil to look inflated.
Dear me, people, rumors seems to be right after all. I mean, after oil, Brazil seems to be the most special country of Latin America. I mean, look at that. His name is Potential Official. His potential is absolutely limitless. Look at the triceps, baby, please. Look at those exercises. It says front lateral raises with the supinate head.
Look, it's so solid. It's not even moving. It's not flexing. What up, Husafel?
Working out the biceps, the chest, and the front delts. Look at the other side. Absolutely Herculean. This is a proper muscular development. Haters accuse him of being oil. Look at that. This is a proper testament that is not oil. Oil is lighter than water. He should float. He is not floated.
Would you
He
like
is
the novel I'm
sinking.
working on?
So that's
You
not
would like
oil.
it.
That's pure muscle. What say you people? That's prove you wrong. This is him swimming in Copa.
Think about you live in a third world country. No one in your area knows who you are. No one outside of the area knows who you are. You decide to frickin' jab yourself full of oil, and now people all over the world are talking about you. The ego's a hell of a thing, man.
Cabana.
Bubble
The
maxing.
water is so clear. This is Brazil.
Imagine they start leaking the oil.
Crystal
They do.
clear
They do.
white.
So when they start rotting away, when they're sleeping, you know how people in hospital beds can get bed sores and stuff like that. They'll get that too. So the weight of the oil pushing against the skin and everything, and then the sweat, it can get necrotic, and then the skin starts to rot away, and then the oil comes out because the oil's not in your circulatory system. They're not putting it in their veins. They're stabbing it right into the muscle. They look like a character creation screen. Not playing most games.
All day, every day.
Look at him swim, bro. Louis Marco is the one narrating here, and he's obviously trolling. I love Louis. But what's weird to me is these guys will do anything but work out and actually diet. Like they're relatively out of shape, to be honest.
Right.
And they just look really bubbly because they're artificially inflating their muscle. And the thing is a lot of them speak as like fitness professionals, like they're trying to give advice to people or embody themselves as like this relic of time and how impressive their physiques are amongst their peers. And like sometimes you see guys like this that are still pumping some range of oil, but not as much. It's not as detectable, but you can still tell that his arms are insanely odd looking and not fitting to his physique, if you want to call it that. This lad is from the Indian Peninsula. But still, nothing beats the inflated belly of Mike to this day. But for instance, you also have people like Rich Piana, who was also known for putting synthol in his arms. He did it in such a way that wasn't so fully obvious, but his arms were still freakishly huge and looked in part loyal. But let's be honest, not even the biggest bodybuilders on the Olympia stage can achieve arms of this proportion. He did say during an interview in his early days that he was using synthol, but he didn't use it anymore because of how uncomfortable it made him.
I have used synthol. I used it, probably 12 years ago, and I didn't like it. It blurred my muscles. It made my muscle look weird, and it was incredibly painful. And it's very hard to train. You're almost guaranteed going to have to take some painkillers while you train because it's so painful.
A lot of people called bullshit on that, and very likely it's accurate to say that that's bullshit because, quite frankly, your arms just don't look like that. Even if you're massively hypertrophied, they just don't look like that. Now, it's honestly a sad thing because taking steroids and ignoring your health is like one thing, but injecting oil in your body where it is clearly a very straight path to necrotic tissue developing, no matter what you do, it's crazy because you can use steroids and you can stop using them and get off pretty scot-free depending on how you use them during your career. But with oil, there is no free lunch. You literally will actually develop necrotic tissue. The potential to cause infections locally is massive. It's not worth doing, in other words. But these people are so delusional and almost sociopathic in a sense that they have to inject the oil to appear bigger than anybody else, and instead of putting in the years of work and maybe even using a bit of Sizul, that's the alternative they're looking for. And I say sociopathic because you can hear them in this interview and you can see these people talking, and they very clearly establish themselves as somebody better than other people. And the way that he's calling for help is he's saying, in this interview that he's asking doctors to help examine him. He's not just like asking, he's demanding. Doctors need to diagnose me. Doctors need to work on me. They need to give me procedures. But it's like, bro, you did this yourself. This is self-inflicted. The damage that you're causing and the inevitable shortening of your life, it's in part due to you. And this is the harsh side of my beliefs, which is like bodily freedom, right? I think you should be able to do whatever the hell you want to do with your body as long as it doesn't hurt other people. This is the harsh side of that. Yeah, you have to face the repercussions. If you want to do dumb shit, you pay the dumb prices. And I want you to conceptualize this. And the only reason that I know anything about this subject is because I used to inject synthol. I talked about this in previous videos as well. When I was trying to be a professional bodybuilder, I did blasted my arms like crazy trying to grow them. Not anywhere near to this degree, not anywhere near at all close to this, but I would put, you know, 3 milliliters into each head of my tricep, each head of my bicep, and those injections have to be deep and you have to use a larger needle. And let me tell you what, it is a messy endeavor. I am talking like graphic. Like someone would walk into my bathroom after I was doing that, they would think that I was trying to kill myself. There would be blood, there'd be several needles all over the place, because if you're thinking about it, you have, you know, 5 injection sites just around your arm that you're pinning oil into, and so you have to use 5 different syringes or 5 different needles.
Would humans in the early Greek era have taken steroids for bodybuilding? Yeah, and they always have. They all, like this is why doctors and stuff became a thing. They were always chasing girls and power. It's always been a thing. It's always, they wanted to, like, eating onions for testosterone's a thing. Yeah, always. They wanted to find what herbs and whatnot would help. Yeah, but they didn't have needles back then either. So, but whatever they could do.
Least, and each of those sites is highly vascular and capillarized, so you're running into blood vessels and popping them, and it just goes everywhere, all to achieve a certain look. And this isn't like a once a week kind of thing, let me remind you. This is a multi-day endeavor throughout the week. You're usually doing this 3 times a week, at least 2 times a week. To some effect, sure, but was there any long-term gain from doing this? No. Most people tell me I have small arms to this day, so it wasn't really worth it. The theory is, in bodybuilding, is that you inject synthol into the muscles, and eventually they tend to expand due to mechanical tension placed on those myocytes from the oil sort of expanding cross-sectional area. But that just does not seem to play out in practice. It's hard to actually say that that's a true mechanism that's actually happening within your muscle. It seems more likely that it's just a momentary inflation of the muscle. And not only that,
that's what the people that are selling it to you are telling you. Oh yeah, no, it's for the myocytes are being stretched out by the mechanicals, and then you work out, and then you curve. No, just keep buying it. No, gotta try it again, dude. You need a little bit deeper. You need a centimeter. Yeah, it's all bullshit. It's all freaking, it's the same way. It's the same thing that they tell you about pharmaceuticals. It's the same thing. Just do them a little bit longer. Do a little bit different. Change your antidepressants. This or that. Do this or that. Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Painful after the fact, once you've cleaned up all the blood and the mess, and you're like, oh, thank God that's
you
done.
Have money
and you
that
move
they
your
want.
ass throughout the day. It's not like it just goes away. That pain is there. There is just a sack of oil sitting in your muscle that's inflaming it. And when you move around, when you engage that muscle tissue, it is painful, brother. It is so painful. I only did it for like 12-ish weeks, and to be honest, it was probably one of the lowest points of my entire life, like trying to enlarge my arms so much so to win a pro card in bodybuilding, and I didn't even get close, to be honest with you. So it is what it is. So yeah, I mean, if you're ever considering, you know, injecting swaths of oil into your arms, I probably would suggest not doing that. From all standpoints, it's pretty much a bad idea. Confidently, I can say that, and I think you could too. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. Injecting any kind of foreign body deep into muscle probably ain't the sweetest idea for your health long term, nor is it going to be
if you've ever gotten a shot from the doctor in the butt cheek or whatever, you know, it hurts. That shit hurts. Just that little, and that's liquid that'll absorb in a couple of minutes. Not a hunk of oil that's going to stay there for weeks.
Prove your sex appeal to the opposite gender. Likely, you're just going to get looked at kind of funny. But I'll catch you in the next video. I hope you enjoyed this one. If you did, maybe think about clicking like, subscribing, and just leave a comment down below. I love to read them. They're sometimes nice. Sometimes they're really shitty and hateful. But that's okay too, because I also read those ones. Okay, bye.
Jesus. That's freaking some craziness, boys. That's some craziness. Oh, don't do it. Don't do that shit. Don't do it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you that. But you can do. Like a stream. Like a stream. Is there a reason for a heart attack or any dangerous disease? Yes. So the thing is, they're doing that a lot. Right? What happens if that oil goes into the vein? Like when you eat fatty foods, oils and whatnot, they end up into the veins very, very, very little amounts, very small amounts. Like you could chug a bottle of olive oil and you would get milliliters into your bloodstream total after everything's said and done. If you go to shoot a big needle full and you happen to go into the vein, that's going to start clogging everything up. Yeah. That's like a characterized. Yeah, you've given that up freaking years ago, dude. If only you could give up other things, like you gave up one swelling. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Let's see. Oh, man, this is so rough. So rough. Oh. Inside the most terrifying. Worst cooks on the internet. Beauty fails. Oof. I've terminated. Oh, is that? All right, yeah. Scoop. There it is. Scoop. There it is. Found strangest of creatures we can't explain. Oh, let's do that. That looks good.
To become fossilized is such an extremely rare thing.
Space Cow, did you see the new shirt? Home of the Oxpeckers. Scoop. There it is. Scoop.
But we can only dream it will happen to one of us. So unsurprisingly, fossils are, relatively speaking, quite uncommon. However, at the end of the day, Earth has still seen tons of life come and go. I mean, after all, right at this very second, quintillions of animals are sharing the planet with us. So it's not hard to see why fossils still end up being very numerous, and entire industries exist around them. And yet, given their sheer total numbers, fossil finds typically happen to be rather normal in the sense that we've seen them before. And even when they do represent a new species, they generally fall under something we've already dealt with. For example, a new dinosaur being some species of hadrosaur. It's really quite seldom that we do actually make a discovery that is both new and mind-boggling. But it has happened more than once, and there are a few animals that have left paleontologists pretty much just scratching their heads, unsure of what they've stumbled upon, even to this day. And there's perhaps no better case than
this. I'm trying to make you my bride. I'll wear white, but can you... Sorry.
Here was exploring the Carboniferous Mason Creek Formation in Illinois. During his expedition, he stumbled upon not one, but multiple strange fossils that he could tell were organisms, but of what kind, he had no clue. And even after collecting a few and studying them more closely, he still could not gather a guess. So, he decided to get an expert's opinion and take them to the Field Museum of Natural History. But to his surprise, they were just as stumped as he was, being absolutely perplexed by the odd features of this new creature, which included a cigar-like body, triangle fins, long stalked eyes, and a proboscis-tipped mouth, making it kind of look like an animal straight out of Subnautica, a horrifying one at that, with the only saving grace being its small stature, with most of the fossils being under 35 centimeters or 14 inches long.
Spelling is shit.
Now, unsurprisingly, its sheer oddness attracted a lot of attention, both domestically and internationally, and yet even
He's getting started on vitamins tomorrow.
Then, with many researchers looking at it, no one could come up with a good idea of what it was, with different guesses including that it was a mollusk, arthropod, conodont, worm, tunicate, or just some kind of vertebrate. The only thing they could really all agree upon was that it almost certainly lived in water. As though Illinois is nicknamed the Prairie State, hundreds of millions of years ago, it was submerged by a shallow tropical sea. And given where the Tully monster specimens were found, it's presumed to have been an open marine organism that would occasionally be swept onto the shore, and thus leading to its multiple groupings, and the idea that it was
Brianna, it's Lamb's
in other
birthday
words,
today.
not clamped to the
He's
seafloor
52.
or any structure.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lamb. Happy birthday to you. birthday, lamb.
90 years later, we really don't know much more. Heck, we've pretty much only concluded that they're bioturians, which honestly doesn't say much considering how immensely broad this classification is, seeing that, literally 98% of all animals fall under it. And along the way, while a few have claimed to have figured this strange creature out, nothing has stuck. But on the bright side, we do think we know a bit more about its lifestyle now, with scientists suggesting that its odd mouth rendered it a carnivore who hunted in the ocean's water columns and preferred muddy waters. But beyond that, the dude's a mystery. And oddities out of the US of A do not end in Illinois, as it was in Montana that a fossil was located in the 70s, which was so unlike anything seen before that it was simply dubbed an alien goldfish. This was the Typhlosis. This remarkable find came out of the Bear Gulch Limestone Formation, and happened to be even more ancient than the Tully Monster, dating to the Serpicovian age some 330 million years ago. And the fossil was so confusing to researchers that it actually went underreported for a very long time, as no one wanted to deal with the headache of trying to figure out what it was. And the only real lead they had was that its body was swindle-shaped, teeny tiny, and possessed one single tail at the end, suggesting, like our friend Tully, it could swim on its own. But besides this, nada. Well, actually there was more, but it really only set scientists back more, adding just head-aching amounts of confusion, as it had no other exterior appendages, lacked a midsection, or anus, and literally had an organ that was never seen before or since, which is now dubbed a pharodiscus. And yeah, we have no clue of what it does, except that it held high concentrations of iron. And so, what do you do when something is very old and super strange? Well, you find an equally bizarre family, and then cram it in there. In this case, the conodonts, a group of jawless vertebrates found virtually everywhere. And this claim wasn't too outlandish, as paleontologists have been thrown a bone, after discovering a brand new specimen with conodont-like teeth. A great sign that it might have been one after all. And briefly, scientists were able to take a breather. However, things were soon upended, as one researcher realized these teeth did not belong to the alien goldfish, but rather represented something it ate, as they were located in its guts, and thus putting us back to square one, except with the added information that we're now pretty sure it was a carnivore. Sadly, this new info remained the only update on Typhlosis for 3 decades. But it was finally interrupted by a groundbreaking statement
probably
in 2020.
Something's stomach. Love you, Lamb. Love you, Richard. Have a good night, Brianna. Yeah, this is probably something's stomach, and they think it's a freaking another wackadoo, and it's just a stomach with something in it.
That Typhlosis was maybe, not for sure, but just maybe, a, drumroll please, mollusk. Now, you may want to sit down for this part, but this claim came after the discovery that it had a toothy tongue that it shot at prey from its, guts. Yeah, sounds kind of out there. Yet it turns out that some animals today do something a bit like this, namely again our friend the mollusks, with their tongue-like structures called radulas, and thus leading to our friend Typhlosis being linked to them. Only problem is, though, that it also has turned out that radulas have evolved independently and non-mollusk.
Listen. Novak, you really should really look deep into that and look at the science that's come out in the past 5 years. Somebody just came up with it. Because they don't have any evidence, they don't have any findings. There's no proof of anything. Somebody just said it seems like it makes sense. They made an assumption. They assumed we all had to come from somewhere, so it seems like this could have happened. But they don't have any of the evidence. They don't have any of the evidence. It's just make believe. They try to make hypotheses and theories and hope that they can fill it in. But the problem is when people in very high-end colleges or high up in research colleges and universities, when they come up with these ideas, the colleges, the universities, and the schools underneath of them, like high school and community college, think of it as truth. And so you get a bunch of people that start learning things that were theories. They learn them and they think that they're true. And then so all this stuff gets confused out. But yeah, all that stuff's being all undone now. A presupposition. I got you, Lamb.
Mollusks too. So in other words, it may be too early to say what this blob-like cretin really was. This is definitely one of the hardest cases to crack out there at the moment. But hey, at least it's a solo job, as sometimes puzzling fossils come in pairs. And actually in this case, came from the same place as the Tully Monster. the Mason Creek Formation. It was here that 2 different fossil discoveries were made that stumped people enough that the best analogies they could come up with was to explain them with a literal alphabet, specifically
like
2 letters.
Kidney.
These fossils would eventually be named Oddities and Escumasia, and though not really related, they have become known together as the H and Y animals, respectively. Oddities, the H1, was arguably the weirder of the 2 in the looks department, and it really did resemble the letter H, with a weird growth in the middle of it.
I mean, imagine
now,
this.
unsurprisingly,
They only found one of these. Imagine if something ate something else, and this is just a piece of its intestine floated down, and then it gets covered up with sediment, and then they find the fossil a million years later, and they're like, oh, but they have no idea. There's no soft tissue. This could just be a piece of something's intestines. It might not be a whole thing, because they have this, and then they just draw in where they assume things would be, where they suppose things would go, and then they say this, and then, hey, now I'm famous, I can get in the paper. But this might just be somebody's a piece of a human's intestines that got attacked by a shark, and the little piece of intestine floated to the bottom and got covered, you know. We don't know. And that's the thing, because science needs to be repeatable. So when it's not repeatable, it's not science. It's just something to look at. And then scientists will say, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. And then what happens is people on YouTube videos will see it and be like, hey, did you hear about the H animal that took over the world that turned into humans? You know, it just starts a story. Science. Nice shirt, Harrison Wells. Hit a dab real quick. Dun, 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 dun. Science. Oh, speaking of science, we got a new shirt, guys. We got a new shirt. Home of the Oxpeckers. Back in 2016, I was a bit of a lefty. Went to see Michelle Obama at the O2 Arena. Stephen Colbert hosted. Yeah, we were all a bit of the lefties at some point before the left went freaking hard left. The left left me.
We know very little on why it was shaped like this, or what the functions of its limbs were. Yet researchers guess it might have fed on free-floating particles and organisms.
See, they
and
guess.
was likely a colonial animal that grew for the entirety of its life, evidenced by specimens widely varying in size.
And you met Paul.
And besides coming in different sizes, they also seem to have come in different shapes.
So now they've got to use drawings, paintings, and graphics and that's a big problem with science books, is that they'll show you the fossil, then they'll show you a bunch of drawings, paintings, AI, and stuff like that. So it makes you think, oh, they actually have that stuff. Yeah, I do too.
Have fun. As that sack which stuck out could be circle-shaped, heart-shaped, and perhaps some other shapes. So it really depended on the specific individual. And while this is a very big
What up, Avery,
researchers think that of all the phylums, it's most probable that Oddities belonged to the Hemichordata, which includes things like acorn worms and taro branches. But ironically, its fellow alphabet buddy, the Y-shaped Escumasia, looked in a way more tame than H.
Tomorrow morning, Sumatra, buddy. Tomorrow morning, Sumatra.
But has been so far more problematic, at least taxonomically. This is mainly because it bears some strong similarities to sea anemones, but it has things you don't find in the group, such as bilateral symmetry, a complete gut, and get this, a butt, and thus upending any inclination that we knew what it was. And for now, we can only say that it was a animal, who also had a mouth, mind you, that came in the form of a large slit in between its so-called arms. Yet what these arms did is unknown, and frankly, they might not even be arms. But it's something we do know.
Frankly, they might not even be arms. But that's, if someone explains it to you in a science book, they'll say, and it's got 2 arms in bilateral symmetry, and then people are like, wow, it had arms. But no, they got no idea. Somebody just said it because it kind of looks like it. They got no idea. I'll grab a discount code. Yeah, grab one, brother. Grab one. What up, Tiny Lion?
Oh, is that less than 20% of you guys are subscribed. So if you made it this far, show some love, then drop us up. If you haven't pieced it together yet, the Cambrian was a weird time.
I don't know
but
much
somehow
about
there was a period that had it bested and contained life so problematic that researchers simply ended up grouping them.
Don't know much about your French entomb, but I do know that I love you. And I know that if you love me too, what a wonderful world this could be.
Altogether. And that is the Ediacaran biota. As its name implies, this group is from the very ancient Ediacaran period, which transpired between 635 and 538.8 million years ago, and represents the first time when fossils clearly depicting macroscopic life became common. Many weird and basically unknown things lived during this time, but one of the stranger genera to emerge, which is saying something, was a thing that I can only describe as looking like an Elden Ring's boss if it was a tree made of flesh, which might actually be a thing. So, without further ado, let me introduce you to Namicalathus, a being that is essentially the combo of some of the most horrifying traits ever. When its fossil was first unearthed, people could only conclude that it resembled something you'd expect an alien to live in, given its openings at the top. Yet beyond this, they had no clue what they stumbled upon.
Go to the graphics.
It did kind of resemble a tree, like I said, though at the same time, when examining the materials of its so-called trunks, they realized that in life they would have been calcified. So in other words, this was no tree, and rather an animal, and represented the oldest evidence we have of a skeleton. And lo and behold, eventually fossils representing what covered its body were located, which only served to make it stranger and more nightmarish. Because as it turns out, Namicalathus was a real-life monster. No, really. This thing was covered in endless amounts of grasping tentacles and rows of spines that could have shredded anything that it made contact with. And, remember those openings I was talking about? Well, turns out they were trypophobia-worthy biological windows, so to speak, that varied in size and in life would have been filled with organic matter. Now what they did is not known, but I sure hope for its neighbor's sake that they didn't have anything to do with eating. And to just make it a bit more of an oddball, it turns out that these windows didn't just come in circle shape, but virtually every strange shape you can imagine, including, but not limited to, a heart, the moon, hexagons, heptagons, and so forth. Oh, and did I mention that I could adjust its size based on where it lived, and basically pop up just about anywhere? Well, yeah, it could. Though, naturally, given its terrifying appearance, it did have a preference for living in the abyss. Like literally, the abyssal plains. But now to the important question. With all this said and done, what was it? Visually, one could argue it looked most like a coral, gone very, very wrong. However, in classic strange fossil fashion, a study on it found it to have been too complex to have been a coral. And so honestly, we aren't sure what it is. Pretty much the only thing we do know is that it was alive and looked very, very freaky. Now, while not to the same degree, many other life forms from this time also fit in this what the heck is it category, including things like the enigmatic Dickinsonia, which looked basically like a rug you would find in your bathroom, only this thing lived and moved as well. And funnily enough, there were actually a lot of strange mat animals from this time, which we still haven't figured out, like Vendia or Sperginia. In fact, there were so many that we've ended up just grouping them together in a single proposed phylum, the Proarticulata. Together, members belonging to this group have given us plenty, and I mean plenty, of bizarre fossils over the years. And yet, despite their diversity and abundance, we still can't say how they exactly relate to other animals, with pretty much our only assumption being that they were in fact animals. And it's not just their taxonomy which is a mystery, but their morphology and ways of life are also highly subjected to debate, with no concrete hypothesis universally agreed upon. And one thing to me that is quite infuriating is despite looking like perfect symmetrical beings, they are actually known for being slightly asymmetrical, as one side does not mirror the other. Take a look at this. See how the lines don't line up? Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. And another interesting thing about them is they might not even have left any descendants behind, which if was the case, means that they are evolutionary dead ends. But honestly, good riddance. Now I know the one-upping of the weirdness is probably coming quite repetitive, but, and it's a big but, there is somehow another period 49. That holds an edge over all others in unanswered questions, the Ryocene. Now to get here, you gotta go way back, like way, way, way back. 2.1 billion years, to be exact, when the Earth was a freak show in every sense. I mean, after all, the Ryocene does translate to stream of lava. It was during this time that a certain area rose that would one day give birth to what researchers have dubbed the France-Villian biota. Specifically, in Gabon, Africa, scientists discovered a large area of black shale deposits, which dated to the Ryocene, and contained lots and lots of odd structures. Many were a bit disc-like, and were either circular or elongated. Then, while rarer, subsequent discoveries unveiled other types of structures as well, that included things that were more like tubes, string of pearls, and even something that resembled a flower. And in fact, their forms and characteristics are so perplexing that no one even knows for sure if we can call them fossils.
My cousin just
At
made
first, the
40,
researchers who discovered the
28,
site described them as colonial organisms who were multicellular, and probably eukaryotes. However, not everyone was on board, arguing instead that they weren't alive, and rather had been created by inorganic pyrites, or were artifacts of diagenesis. Now, the problem here was that the site was over 400 million years older than the previously known oldest example for multicellular life, so saying that they're eukaryotes is quite the claim. And honestly, studying anything 2 billion years old is exceedingly difficult, especially when trying to determine if that anything was life or not. And since its original findings, the argument has gone back and forth. However, in recent years, most studies seem to support the idea that these structures really were fossils after all, as an isotopic analysis found that they were enriched with zinc, a possible sign of eukaryotic metabolism. And then, just last year, one scientist made the claim that the area contained just the right ingredients for life. So imagine that, a find so confusing that we are only now deciding if we can truly label them as fossils. Ironically though, if it does turn out that the Francevillian biota was actually biota, we do already have some ideas on how they might have lived. Given their disc-like shape and lack of locomotion, they probably were not free swimmers, instead being planktonic organisms that relied on water columns found in shallow, hot deltas, which were actually a rarity at the time, as Earth was really lacking in land back in those days. The funny thing about this case, though, and the others I mentioned, is that while a lot of confusion has come from strange appearances, there are actually cases where the animal has caused a lot of head scratching, yet actually resembles life we are very familiar with. In other words, let me introduce you to Nectocaris. In 1910, this fossil was discovered in our old friend, the Burgess Shale. At the time, so many fossils were coming out of the place that was essentially buried and forgotten about, yet eventually made its way back to relevancy and was described by an English paleontologist, who explained that this was a completely new mysterious creature that was a bit like a stretched-out shrimp, hence its name, Nectocaris, which means like the swimming shrimp. The man who officially described it was a bit perplexed, because it did share some similarities with arthropods, but its fins were basically...
Everybody's got to get obsessed. It's absolutely, once you start looking into it, you're like, wow, I haven't been doing anything right. And neither have my freaking physicians.
The opposite of what you'd expect to see in one. And given the conflicting findings, he was unable to say what it was with confidence, and left it unclassified. But at some point, an Italian paleontologist, curious about its mysterious nature, looked over some photos of the fossils and thought that he had it all figured out, suggesting that it was a chordate, focusing on its tail, fin, and what he called its notochord, a distinctive feature found in this phylum. And this stuck pretty well. For over 20 years, actually. Until that is, some rather
I'm a big freaking fan, dude. Yeah, I love it. I used to take a lot of krill oil back when I was trying to supplement when I was on ADHD meds and on antidepressants. I was trying to do the fish oil thing and the omega-3s to try to supplement with that, but it didn't work because it was a B12 deficiency. He's got, Matt, that lovely lamb lunch finally ordered some B12. Yep, we can look that up too. I mean, it was expensive. It was like $50 a bottle. Like I got Icelandic krill. It was like very, very expensive. Very, 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 very good. I tried to get the best shit I could get my hands on, like where each batch has a freaking, comes with a lab certificate for like low amounts of heavy metals and whatnot. But yeah, but this was like in my 20s. But now I eat a lot of beef and a lot of seafood. Like I had shrimp tonight for dinner. I'm my blood looked good. My blood looks good. And I'm not wealthy, so I've got to choose where my money goes. All right, so let's look at peptides, baby. BPC is a synthetic peptide derived from stomach proteins, largely for animals, accelerating the healing of tendons. So this is really expensive stuff. But there's this place in the Virgin Islands where a lot of like NFL and NBA guys go. That's where they can't get stem cell treatments in America, so they'll go to the Virgin Islands for a vacation, and then these doctors will come in. They'll stay at like an Airbnb type like place that's got areas for them for workout, and they'll get 157 and they'll get stem cell infusions. Dollar store Benny Hinn. Probably. I don't take it. But here you go. It lacks extensive human trials, FDA approval. Right, but FDA will approve using freaking mercury compounds in our vaccines for freaking thimerosal is the mercury compound that's used in vaccines for a preservative. We don't want them to go bad. Okay, cool. So you're going to kill everything in them with mercury. Right, and inject them into our kids. Let's see if we can find a good video on it. Yeah, but they would get BCP 157 and stem cell infusions, and then come back and be fine. And we're talking about bad stuff like torn ACLs and stuff, torn ligaments, and yeah, it's just like a month, 2 months, and they're back training. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's see what this guy's got to say.
The best part about
your stimulant net.
Is BPC 157 a breakthrough compound that could transform the way we approach healing and recovery? It's advertised to not only accelerate
That's
healing,
what I do. I take less expensive collagen. I take this right here. Get you one. New t-shirt. This is what I take right here. This right here. Sports Research Collagen Peptides. It's type hydrolyzed type 1 and type 3. There's some research on collagen before workout, recovering tendons, ligaments. There's a lot. This company here, Sports Research, was the first company to be able to hydrolyze. That's what their patent is for. Yeah, and it's very good. It's very, very, very good. It's $1 a day. You know, I mean, that's not too bad to add considering how much money I used to spend a day on bullshit. Yeah, right. Well, but if you can get it, like if you make millions of dollars a year, then I can see spending. That's an investment, because if you can't play games, you get it. I use BC1 for 30 days at work for my knees. Yeah. So Dave, brother, this stuff right here, it's $32. I got a link on my website, 110thgrade.com. $32, and it's 30 servings. I put it in my coffee every morning. Put it in your morning drink. So I use the collagen, creatine, cocoa, collagen, creatine, cocoa. Boom. That's superpower coffee, and not for like jitter energy, but for like body repair. Like, look at my nails. Well, actually, my hair looks good, obviously, right? But look at my nails. Like, look how how perfectly circular, like, my nails are. They never looked like that in my life. They look they look like a model's nails. Yeah, it's like, yeah, everything looks really, there's no spots, or, I mean, I know it's hard to see, but they look very, very good. They used to be, and I used to do mechanics work. I'm talking about non-rich people. Right. Oh, gotcha. Non-rich people be taking PVC. I take 1 scoop, which is, I think it's 10 grams. Your wife has that? Use it, brother. Use it. I'm still working out. I'm making that whole money thing. You can use vinegar. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, you can sanitize it. I don't know if it's going to sterilize them, but yeah. Take the collagen 1 hour before workout, so it goes right to the tendons. Yeah. That's what you want to do. And move. Make sure you're moving. Make sure you're exercising. Like, the minimum amount of exercise I do is a 10-second sprint. I run full out as fast as I can for 10 seconds on the grass. And then I stop and I take a few second break, and then I run right back. Like, I'll go from my front door to like my neighbor's yard and then back to my front door. I never tried it. I had to try creatine every day for a bit. Dude, creatine is the most researched compound. Creatine monohydrate is the most researched compound that we have. and it's great for everything. It can. We're talking about for old age, for getting into old age, slowing down aging, basically. Like, what is aging besides telomere shortening? What happens in your body? And what really happens is our intake slows, and how we can absorb our nutrition from our food slows. So our joints start acting up, and then when our joints start acting up, then we slow because it hurts. It's annoying, so we don't work out anymore. We don't exercise anymore. So pushing that off. So creatine, collagen, and cocoa. Cocoa is very good. Cocoa, high flavanol cocoa acts as a natural regenerative, free to circulate food source that mobilizes stem cells from the bone marrow into the bloodstream to repair tissues. Consuming 2 cups of high flavanol dark hot cocoa for a month can double the amount of circulating stem cells, aiding cardiovascular repair. So with vitamin K2, K2 will help you take calcium out of your bloodstream into your bones and teeth. The collagen will repair all the sockets and joints and stuff like that, and the stem cells expedite that process. Expedite. I bet Amish don't want. What's that? Amish don't want what? I bet Amish don't. What's that stuff is? Don't know what that stuff is? Because they're eating freaking cows that they raise. They're getting lots of creatine. Yeah, I like creatine. Old age, 10 grams. Yeah, that's what I take, 10 grams. The creatine I had was sweetened with sucralose. Yeah, don't take that stuff. There's nothing in this bag except creatine. Other ingredients, none. That's it. It's just pure crystalline. If you need a link, I can get you a link. And it's great. And I just take a small. I take like a half a tablespoon in my coffee. I don't know. I'm eating Funyuns and drinking root beer. Yep, you can do that when you're 9 years old. But yeah, cocoa, like 100% cocoa, good stuff. And I like the chocolatey taste.
But also to reduce pain and improve function. That's the promise of BPC 157. But does it truly deliver on these bold promises? I'm going to discuss the science behind BPC 157. We'll explore what it is, its claimed benefits, and I'll give you my recommendation on whether this is a therapy worth trying.
Dude. Wow, there's only 3 videos on it? That's crazy. Okay, there you go. I also use spirulina. Yep, that's good stuff.
Go to boot.dev. We've known our students to pull it off. Here's how. Monitor 1. Code. Monitor...
People are reporting dramatic effects from BPC 157 in terms of injury healing and performance enhancement. So should you start taking it? Well, let's have a look at what the scientific evidence says. Many have heard of BPC 157 through influencers like Joe Rogan or Andrew Huberman.
I had a tendonitis in my elbow that I just could not fix. Yeah. I started using BPC 157. It was gone in 2 weeks. Yeah.
And we see some medical clinics recommending it for muscle strength and endurance. So what actually is BPC 157, and does the research support the hype? Well, BPC 157 is a peptide, which is a short chain.
Listen, dude. If you can get the supplement, okay, what's in spirulina that gives it what you need? And that's why I take all my compounds that I take, all of my supplements are it recreates what you need. So then you don't need to take spirulina unless you want to take it, whatever. But what you want, the collagen, you want the creatine, you want the vitamin A, vitamin B, B1, 3, 6, 7, 9, 12. I mean B12 especially, D3 especially, creatine especially. So the main three things I take every day. Is that stuff in my coffee. So my coffee, and then B12, D3, K2 without every day. Every day. Grinding again. Hey, y'all, have a great weekend. Try to stop when I can. All right, brother. Enjoy your wedding. Enjoy the wedding, brother. Oops. Nootropic. A synthetic nootropic research to enhance memory and cognitive function, synthesized in 1970, is known for a single 1978 trial showing improved verbal learning and memory retention. Those with poor memory. Yeah, look at that. 1970s. It's so crazy, dude. It's so crazy that this shit is not like... Improved recall while it's not understood. Affects dopamine receptors. Yeah. There's music on it. I mean, I can't listen to it if it's not, if it's copyrighted, but I can take a look. Fill in the blanks. 1980 B-side to Auto Sex. Yeah. Where's Brandon? I take an 1/8 teaspoon of blue meanings of that. Okay. Looks like it's copyrighted, brother. Looks like it's copyrighted. It's on Apple Music and Spotify. Yeah. Not copyrighted, dude. What, you hanging out with Lamb? Trying to get me freaking off the internet. I'll listen to it. I'm not going to listen to it right now. I'll save it. The problem is if it's on Apple Music and Spotify, they'll want the money. If they say give me your money, I gotta say either yes or here's my lawyer. What up the core, brother? Not copyright day.
Of amino isolated the stimulation of angiogenesis as one of the key ways that BPC 157 aids healing. In one experiment, for instance, BPC 157 was applied to crushed and cut muscles and tendons. It appeared to regulate a key growth factor for blood vessel growth. This helped the blood vessels form as they should, which sped up healing. In addition to reducing inflammation and promoting angiogenesis, BPC 157...
I think I remember this. Yeah, okay, that's what. Okay, I think that's where I was thinking. Why it's mixed with chocolate is because of the cocoa in it. The cocoa liquor, cocoa butter helps with the high flavanol cocoa with BPC 157 helps it find its way. You're looking good in a white shirt. Thank you, the core brother. So if you play music, as Apple still asks for royalties. So if I play music, even for like 5 seconds, I gotta give I get demonetized, or whoever owns the rights to the song gets half of the revenue from the stream. I got it. Jeez, dude. Jeez, monk. It's considered safe in the stomach for oral. Wow, I wonder if it's related to nicotine. It says ceticoline. PRL for breakfast. Freaking bunch of wackadoos. Even if I tell you, and I made the track. So if you make the track, that's fine. That's fine. But if you make the track, I play it, and then you post it out on YouTube, and then register it with YouTube, and don't set it as allowed to be used. You own the copyright. You own the copyright. So if I play something that I did not make, you can later, in a year, you can say, YouTube, find my music being used, and they'll be like, boo, and it can go back through and find, dude, listen, Lamb. We played a video from a song, from a video from 1942 or 43, and they still got me. They didn't just take the money; they gave me a global block. Yeah. So it's called content recognition. So right, so I can sing Happy Birthday. Well, I guess I can't sing Happy Birthday, but I could, and it's not only if I play it. If I play the melody, because the melody, if that's copyrighted, if that's actually registered, then even the melody can be called a re-performance. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. This is why AI is doing so horribly now, because AI can't create. It's just really good at remixing things and sampling and cutting a bunch of samples together. So, like, that's why Sora is shutting down, because there's so many lawsuits, because the content recognition is finding other people's work in these new creations. Because they're not really new. AI can't really make new music. It's remixing people's stuff. Sora. Let me just type it in. Sora. There you go. There's a lot of them. As early 2026, significant legal challenges from Overdrive Sora, the name combat with Hollywood studios over AI content. So the videos are also taking people whose faces are copyrighted. What up, Tony? When I make two songs, same lyrics, it's not original. So when I make two songs with the same lyric, it's not original. So if you use the same melody, la 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 la, my name is Richard and I am cool. And then if you change it to my name is Richard and I am cool, it's different melodies. So it's not necessarily the lyrics, but the melody. All right. Copywriting melody. Copywriting melodies, protecting the sequence of musical notes for the rhythm. What up, fish sticks? Have it up. What up, fish stick, brother? Oh, what I missed? I missed something. There we go. What up, fish sticks? What up, Tony? What up, Dave? What up, Lamb? What up, everybody? My late father had a bit of a wise sage. He said, "This is Bullocks. Such an oracle." Such an oracle. Oops, I broke something. Oh, there we go. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. Like a dream. Yeah. So, I can't remember the guy's name. Rich somebody. I can't remember his name. A guy. He like a very popular YouTuber. Millions of subs. He does music. Rich Beato. He would say, oh, and when blah, blah, blah did this lead in this song, and he would play the lead, he would get copyright strikes because he played the melody. And he played it, but the melody was copyrighted, especially people like Sony. They really come and get it. And Ozzy saying, that's a UKian saying. UK, they say bollocks. What up, Cheryl? What up? The UK.
It also seems to play a critical role in influencing the nitric oxide system. Nitric oxide acts as a signaling molecule that regulates blood flow and the immune response. Both of these are important for healing. Now, all of this sounds amazing, that there's a natural peptide found in our stomachs that seems to be able to promote healing throughout the body by controlling inflammation, spurring on new blood vessel formation, and regulating...
Right, so our stomach will take meat and break the meat down to the components that make meat. And then the peptides in the stomach will drive that meat to your meat, that meat juice to your meat, and rebuild your meat. Copyright side. Yeah. From the great free American state of Florida. Florida.
Blood flow as well as the immune response.
But you know, like when we're told about our stomachs, we're said it's full of stomach acids. Like, oh, okay, so it dissolves you, right? But what does it do?
All of this research so far has been done in animals. To date, there have been no randomized clinical trials on the effects of BPC 157.
And why would there be?
There has just been one study involving humans.
In
Researchers
1978.
investigated the effects of BPC 157 in reducing knee pain, but the study has several limitations.
No, that's not the
First, it was retrospective, which means that the
okay.
researchers asked patients about their experience after they had been treated. In this case, the patients were interviewed 6 months to 1 year after they had received an injection of BPC 157. They had to rely on their memory of what they felt months earlier.
Right, so don't do it. They can't remember if their knees work now. Magical Your Meat documentary. Big up the florist. Richard, please, what proteins are vegans not getting? What, they're not getting hardly any proteins, but absolutely, it's not necessarily just the proteins. They definitely, they need, see, that the problem is a lot of vegans won't take things like the compounds they need, like the peptides, like peptides, because these are from beef. And so they won't take it. So they're not getting any of the type 1 or type 2. And then like they're taking a lot of like soy proteins and stuff like that. And the problem is that's concentrated bug spray. You know, because all that soy is sprayed with wackadoo, and then they grind it up so that it's just so high density of shit. But the big thing about vegans is no K2 or very little, and no B12 or very little. Like if any doctor worth their weight, if you say I'm a vegan, they'll say you need to be on B2 or you're slowly killing yourself. Rebuild your meat. You got to rebuild your meat, dude. And man, listen, you can tell how bad your guts work by how bad your farts stink. If your farts stink if your wife or girlfriend or boyfriend or says, if you do that near me again, I'm leaving. Like if they stink that bad, you've got intestinal problems. You've got nutrition problems. But yeah, so like the only things like that would replace this for vegans would be plant proteins, plant-based protein. So chickpeas, soy, nuts, and like who's eating a steak size worth serving of nuts a day when they're vegans and vegetarians? I trolled 2 vegan streams today and they claim that they are getting all the protein they need from plant-based foods. No. The people selling them their protein supplementation is telling them that, so they're repeating it. That's all that is. How do they know? Where do they get their blood work done? They don't. They got no idea. If you're in a room with multiple people named Cletus, do you call them Cletuses or Cleti? Cleti? Cletuses. All right, Cletuses. Cletuses. Yeah. They got no idea. So, but it's great. It's great for, think about how cheap it is, how inexpensive it is to grow soybeans. You just throw them on the ground, a whole shitload of them, and then dig them up months later, right? I mean, and you have big ass tractors to do it. You spray it with a bunch of shit. But growing a cow, a whole bunch of cows, is a lot more work. They got to eat them soybeans and stuff like that to turn that into food. So they want more people. The agricultural company wants more people being vegan and vegetarian, and so does the medical industry. Dude. Now I don't know if we're gonna be able to get true responses here, but percent. Okay, let's see what we can find. Okay. All right. Vegans require 58% less medication due to lower rates of chronic disease like hypertension and type 2 diabetes. Okay, so here's the propaganda, okay? Lower chronic disease, lower risks of cancer, great. Lower dropout rates. Despite lapsing of the diet, only 6% of vegans report to leaving due to health issues. Okay, but then watch this. 50% higher risks of fractures, 43% higher risk of hip fractures. Total fractures, they're 50% higher, and 43 for hip fractures. Regular blood tests, monitored blood tests of B12D are recommended for vegans, but you can't get your doctor to give you one. You think vegans are getting them? They're not, and they're gonna be wackadoodle low. These are big surgeries, hip replacement. Vegans and hip replacements. So bad, dude. Vegans, particularly women, have higher risk of hip fractures due to lower calcium, vitamin D intake, lower BMI, which is odd. Lower BMI, so skinnier and smaller. You figure they'd put less stress on their bones, but they end up breaking more often. Fracture 50% higher in vegetarians. Vegans can maintain bone health by ensuring calcium and vitamin D. Doesn't mention vitamin K2 at all. Role of BMI, quality of diet, protein. Ensuring sufficient plant protein is essential for muscle strength and healing after hip replacement surgery. Vegans should be ensured they get plenty of vitamin B12 and D, calcium levels for optimum bone and metabolism. Yeah, they're screwed. They're so screwed. Especially because, listen, they're going to get the RDA of value, which is 2.4 micrograms of B12. So they pass the blood test, so they don't just fall over dead. But they're really doing their body a big thing. Mushrooms, nuts, and lentils. I used to fart in my car while I was driving with my ex. Just realized why she's an ex. There you go. He's disgusting. Thank you, Space Cow. Yes, right. So what are they getting? And the thing is, the type of B12 that you'll get for a lot of vegans and vegetarians, and you can't just take one supplement for a good healthy life. You can't do it. They work together. The vitamins work together. The minerals work together. Work with the vitamins to put things in places. Like dentistry would not be the industry it is if it wasn't for people not knowing what vitamin K2 was. Just having to get your teeth cleaned from plaque is a K2 deficiency. It's that easy. And even if you look at multivitamins, the K2 is always underdosed. So it's scary because they know that they're getting billions of dollars from one vitamin deficiency. Doesn't their diet over time affect their minds? Yes, absolutely. Yes, 100%. A well-planned vegan diet can help prevent neurodegenerative disease like Alzheimer's due to high antioxidant, fiber, and nutrient intake, reducing brain inflammation and cardiovascular risk. That's if they get it. They never do. It's very rare. However, poorly vegan diets lacking supplementation, specifically B12, DHA, and EPA, and vitamin D, can increase nutrient deficiencies, leading to brain shrinkage and elevated dementia risk. High fruits, vegetables, nuts, and legumes, the MIND diet, can lower blood pressure. And this is what they advertise to vegans. You won't die from cardiovascular disease. Great, but you're going to frickin' suffer the whole time you're alive. And then I think it's the misery loves company thing. Like they know they're not doing good, but they're so adamant about it. Like they're better than you. They figured out life, so follow them. I mean, I'm doing the same thing, but at least I'm not telling people bullshit. Everything is connected. Yeah, but listen, you got to stay as far away from those foods as possible. Like that vegan diet is so bad for you. Like, why is it that okay, all right, let's look at this too. And remember, just as early as the 1980s, they thought red meat and cancer were linked. Because the cigarette companies were giving so many people cancer, they kept saying cancer was caused from other stuff until they finally got busted. But then that stuff was already in the history books, and that stuff was already in the medical books, saying that it causes cancer. And now it's like you eat more red meat and it reverses stuff. It's whack a frickin' doodle, dude. It pisses me off to no end. But I got a new shirt. Bam, baby. Home of the oxpecker. My yard is definitely plant based. New shirt, babe. Who's that stud? Let's see. Oh, what's this? I gotta pee.
Imagine discovering something that the world has never seen.
I need some advice to go live on mobile. What's that? To go live? Okay, what you need, brother? Or sister? What you need? Wife has cancer. Even my dog has cancer. Damn, dude. Dude, okay, listen, dude. If you're serious, you need what? Still showing 50 subs. I'm still showing the 50 subs, and I'm over it. Still showing you need 50 subs, and you're over the 50 subs. Okay, so what you after you get over 50 subs, you should be able to go into. Have you downloaded YouTube Studio? Download YouTube Studio, and then when you log in from that should send you an email and it'll say wait 24 hours, and then it should allow you to start streaming. Brother, okay, listen. So one thing that causes that a lot is parasitic infection, right? And so if your dog's got got worms, you and your wife may have them too, and that can absolutely. I didn't see it. All right, look, I want to show you this real quick, okay? Parasitic infection and female breast cancer. Parasitic infection can mimicking malignancies, cause complicating diagnosis, influencing tumor growth through immune modulation. While rare, parasites like Wacumia can cause breast filariasis, mimicking carcinoma, and chronic inflations like Toxocarus canis. That's from dogs, by the way. That's what canis is, dog. Shown to increase mammary tumor size. All right. Yes. So that's something there. Yes. Okay. Good. What I would do what you think's best. But if I were you, and I am, all right, and if you want to get it off of Amazon, that's where I get it, and I've got a link on 110thgrade.com, and you can get yourself a shirt if you want it. Just kidding, don't get yourself a shirt. Get this. Go to 110thgrade.com and go here. You'll see it right here. First up. Right there. Follow the directions in the box. Yeah, you got all that? Yeah. So here. Let me show you something, my friend. Hold on. Psycho, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. With you. So Psycho, uninstall YouTube, reinstall it, and then do that while we're doing this. All right, I have been too, but can't find a doctor to supervise. More complex. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let's do this. All right, let's see. La. Okay. I would highly recommend it, by the way. One other thing I would highly recommend. I'm taken to my Bob Martins. Yeah. No. Won't give you the runs. Yes. Yeah. You need a whole complex, right? No, won't. No. My wife has a radical double mastectomy, but it's spread to lymph nodes. Only modulates. Only modalities is. So, listen. If I were you, I would throw the kitchen sink at it. This is what I have to say. Okay. A lot of times in history, people that have parasites along with cancer, when you have cancer and parasites, the parasites make the cancers worse. Why chemo works? Chemo gets you so close to death. Remember, parasites eat your nutrition. They eat what your diet, whatever you're eating, they get that from that. When you fill your body with so many of those toxins, and that's what chemo is, if it kills off the parasites before it kills you, then you basically, that's alongside of what it does for the cancer, that's what it does for bugs in your body. You can do that. You can try to do that, and you should, I would say. There's something to understand. The bad guy chooses someone to die, chosen one, the good guy. Hold on. Dear chosen one, there is something you need to understand. The bad guy chooses someone to die called the chosen one. The good guy chooses no one at all. And soon the chosen one dies. That happens. What up, ND, brother? But so what you really want to look into is high dose aspirin and let's just look into it. It's thinking longer. Right. So parasitic infection, where the hormone influences parasite survival and parasites can alter host hormone level. Estrogen often suppresses the host's immune response to the parasites. So therefore, the parasite will reverse that because they want to live. So they increase the host's estrogen levels. Parasites can utilize estrogen to increase their own population, triggering up to 200% more budding. It's worth a try. And getting something that's broad spectrum that kills a lot of parasites is I mean, look, I've got chickens, I've got a cat, I've had lots of pets, I've worked at a zoo, so I've been exposed to all kinds of parasites, so I take care of it. It depends. It doesn't work on all parasites. That's why you need broad spectrum. That's why often that's combined with other antiparasitics. That's why like fenbendazole, menbendazole is typically given with that. And also, I mean, I don't know your wife's weight. I don't know your weight. I don't know what you're dosed at. Like how much if you're taking 12 milligrams or not. And so okay. Okay, so here's high dose aspirin for cancer type. Okay, I mean breast and prostate. Reported benefit is risk reduction, and then oops, something went wrong. But let me find you. Here you go. This is she's on 65. Okay, good. Okay. Aspirin prevents metastasis by limiting. So what you want to spend the night doing after you order the Paragard is you want to look up exactly what I did there. And if you do you have Discord or anything, Jastan? Okay. I have her put on aspirin, but she has low platelets. Right. Oh, she has low platelets. Gotcha. Okay. All right. But you definitely want to look into aspirin, and the aspirin that I have and everything that I have is just the compound. It's not bare aspirin. That's acetylated aspirin. This is just straight salicylic acid. And look deep and look into high dose aspirin and cancer. I'll give you a link. Hold on. Hey, send me an email, brother. Yeah, send me an email. All right. Yep, that's alarming. What's up, Decor, brother? Okay, let's see here. Okay, so parasitic infection frequently causes low platelet counts through immune-mediated destruction, spleen subsecretion, and bone marrow suppression. Right? Okay. All right. Here you go. All right. So obviously it can be. This is my point. Okay. This is my point. You got cancer. You want to make sure anything else you have. If you've got anything else, whether it's a vitamin deficiency, whether it's a parasite, whether it's freaking whatever, you want to make sure you can get everything else off the list, so that everything that you can do you know that everything else is gone. Okay, here, let me go. Let's see. Yeah, brother. Yeah. Yeah, so think about the parasites don't get gone unless you get them gone. Yeah, so also oddly enough, I mean, like raw milk and the positive benefits of the non, but one step at a time. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right, here you go. All right. All right, I didn't get it yet, brother. 110th grade. Yes, yeah, right. No, yeah, absolutely. Well, it's finally happened. Safeway to Arizona is $5.70 a gallon. Gee. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, right. Well, I mean, and what kidney damage is the least of the worries right now. Is what I would be thinking. 110th grade, 110 THGR80. Papaya leaves can help as well. And you can at gmail.com, or you can send it to Richard or anything at 110thgrade.com. Either one. Yeah, that shit. And it's one of those things where, you know, yeah. So yeah, looking for a synergistic effect with that particular wackadoo. Okay. There you go. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I just responded. Yeah, I just responded. So yeah, so platelet control, super freaking important, obviously. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, platelet control, super important. So as you battle this, you want to make sure you when you're researching the topics, the particular in particular things. Okay, low platelets. Okay, what causes low platelets? And then there's only a few things that can happen to your body. You can get parasites, you can be malnourished, you can get an infection, you can get cancer, right? Okay, so all three will hurt the other, or make the other worse. So take care of what you can take care of. So also what leads to this is if and or where there's parasitic infection, you're not getting the nutrition you think you're getting. You're taking whatever you think you're taking. You're eating the food you think you're eating with the nutrition you think that's in them, and that's going somewhere else. So the body gets weak. So the B12, the D3, the K2, and things that will help platelet production. So B12 and folate deficiencies are the primary causes of low platelets. So that's what gets eaten. What I take 5,000 micrograms. The RDA for B12 is 2.4. I take 5,000. It's just one under the tongue tablet. And getting anything that's liquid or sublingual, because it doesn't have to go through the intestinal tract first and then into the bloodstream, through the liver, the hepatic system, hepatically, and then through. So, like methylated, the methylated forms, methylfolate and methylcobalamin, which is B12 and B9, something like that. That's what I take. You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. My wife has to take shots because she does not have an intrinsic factor and cannot absorb it through the digestive system. Yeah, so she wants something like this. So these here, so the B12 is sublingual and it's a high enough dose. So if she does take shots, that's probably very, very low. It's probably, most shots are 2.4 micrograms. And sometimes it's cyanocobalamin, sometimes it's methylated, all depends. But regardless, if it's a cyanocobalamin, it's got to go through the liver, it's got to be methylated, and the cyanide is set off. I cannot find. Yeah. Are you in America? Yeah, this is yeah. Go here. I'll send you this too. If you're in America, you can get this tomorrow. Yeah. You definitely want to get, and this is sublingual, so it will bypass it'll bypass the issue. I'll send you a link. I'll send you one for the folate too. Come on. Okay, there you go. 1,000 micrograms. Okay, so yeah, all right, yeah. So this is 1,000 micrograms of methylfolate and 5,000 micrograms of methylcobalamin. And that just under the tongue, let them dissolve. I take them in the morning while I wait. It only takes a few seconds for them to dissolve, but while my coffee brews. Is she on folate, B9 at all? What else? What else is she taking? I mean, if you don't want to talk about it live here, we can talk about it on you can tell me over on the internet. Let me know on the email internet. Medicine calls here in the US. Yes. So that's a big problem. That's a big problem. So a lot of the medicines are developed here in the United States, and then we end up paying the most for them, which doesn't seem to make any sense. You figure we develop them, we should get them for the cheapest price, and that's actually a thing that's going on in politics. Doctors here will not deviate from. No, right. So here's how that works. They have protocols set up, and the protocols set up it's a business. They're businesses. They're there to make profit for their shareholders. So you have a problem. How can we treat that problem with the least amount of expense and the most amount of profit? Plain and simple. Bottom line. How quick can we get a bed free? Get the most money. Get another bed free so we can get the bed filled again. Get the most money. I mean, that's what it is. You got Telerol for 22 for less than 50 cents. 20 tabs for less than 50 cents. You got okay. Let's see how much we can get it for here. Let's see how much we get it for. Gonna be a heartache tonight. Heartache tonight. I know. A D3 K2 iodine B complex 65 milligrams. Yeah. Okay. All right. Right. So the B12 and the folate, and there's 1,000 micrograms of B12. So, but the B complex is it a liquid? Is the D3 a liquid? And if the D3 and the K2 are also not liquids or not sublingual, look, I'll send you links for everything. You can get what you want. And if you look at them and you think you haven't, but anything that you have that's not sublingual, try sublingually. Sublingual, if she's not absorbing things through her guts, through her digestive tract, that's a very big reason why she's in the situation she's in. Okay, yeah. The sublingual or liquid, that's what I take also. 10,000 IUs, yeah. How much K2? Swap out of that ASAP. Listen, if she can't get the B12 in her through her digestive tract, all that stuff's just turning into poop. I mean, not all of it. I mean, yeah. Infusions. Get what you can get, right? Yeah, I mean, but sublingually and is as close to an infusion as you can get. You have what's called buccal, which is like in the cheeks, like, and you have sublingual. both of this is why like nicotine pouches and people chewing tobacco and stuff don't swallow it, and they keep it in their mouth, because you get more. So MK7. So K2 MK7. Oh, 600 of the K2. Oh, well, okay. Well, I just chugged a whole bottle of Tabasco sauce. Shouldn't do that. Okay, you got the B12, the B9, the K2, the D3, and then I'm going to send you the parasitic, antiparasitic. I mean, it's probably better for her to get. Yeah, this tastes disgusting, but I mean, do what you can do, brother. Okay. All right. All right. All right, brother. All right, Jess, Dan. I just sent you all that stuff. So that's as sublingual as you can get. If you want to, and I'll talk to you offline. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome, man. Okay. All right, you're very welcome. You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. Okay. All right. Yeah. So ultimately, this is what it comes down to. When something goes wrong in your body, what happens inside of your body? Ultimately, what do you do for your body? You pray or meditate, you exercise, and you eat. That's it. That's the three things you do to operate the body that you're living in on this planet. If something goes wrong in your body, then one of those three things, or all of them, can't happen the way it should. And what needs to be done, I'm in Georgia, just south of Atlanta. What up, Jaxie? So when something goes weird, especially if it's parasitic or something goes wrong with your intestines, like people are, there's something called a fecal transplant, which is pretty popular now among the very rich. So after the foods and crap we eat and the parasites we get and whack out our guts, the only way to make ourselves back to normal is to get our gut microbiome back to normal, is to get it from somebody else. So only 3% of people in the United States have healthy enough guts to be donors for fecal transplants. And then the feces is taken from the donor, and then it's it's transplanted into the sick guts. Yeah, dude. Yeah. So this stuff is very interesting when you get down to the science behind what these drugs do, and when you learn about there was a drink called absinthe, which was a popular European drink, and it was made illegal in the United States. They said that with the wormwood in it caused hallucinations, made you see the green fairy to scare people off. Well, you learn about why it was made illegal. Well, wormwood is an anti-parasitic. They call it wormwood because when you eat it, worms come out of you. Not because it caused it, because it killed the parasites in you. So wormwood was made illegal because there's no really parasite plan for adults or children in America. If there's not worms crawling out of your butt or showing in your eyes or making you have seizures, you're all right. You're all right. So this has fennel seed, marshmallow root, black walnut hull, pumpkin seed, slippery elm bark, wormwood herb, clove bud, garlic bulb, oregano leaf oil, peppermint leaf oil. And if you look at the chemistry, how it works and why it works, why we're told not to eat seeds, because they got cyanide in them, we're told, but they'll give us other stuff that has in it. But yeah, I absolutely can. What up, Vibra Pro? You can still get absinthe. You can get absinthe with wormwood now, yeah. Absinthe. Yeah, absinthe is a strong alcoholic, anise-flavored alcoholic spirit made from wormwood, fennel, anise, traditionally prepared by dipping ice water over sugar cube, blah, 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 blah. Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, sorry. Absinthe is not illegal in the United States. Right, so in 2007, they lifted it. But for 95 years, you couldn't get absinthe. All the other stuff is legal, but absinthe, yeah, so it's absolutely crazy. I wanted to buy vitamins, but my parents disregarded it as nonsense. Yeah. Oh, that sucks, brother. That sucks. I got a subscription to the horse brand of methylcobalamin sublingual, 120 tablets for on $10. That's good, brother. Yeah, so it's very interesting, Justin, brother. It's very interesting when you start to realize how many people have probable parasitic infections, eczema, psoriasis, gut disorders, and if they've got parasites, you have a forever patient. If you don't get rid of the parasites, you just treat the symptoms, and you have a forever patient. They're going to refill every month, right? So it's like, why? Like, the only time I've ever gotten tested for parasites, when I worked at the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore in my early 30s, we had to, not because of America, but because of other countries that we had their animals. They wanted to make sure that when we were taking care of their animals, that we didn't give them parasites that would end up going back to their other country. And yeah. Much like the Italian bitter after the Fernet. There's an Italian phrase that we say, we take a shot of it. It translates to Fernet. It makes the stomach flat. There you go. It's a digestif. How are you doing, honeybee? Yeah, so understanding that you're the only person that you're the only person that has anything to say about what happens with your body, with your health, because everybody else is trying to profit off of you. AI says Through-Zone is the active ingredient, no structure. Yeah, yes, that's what wormwood is. Wormwood is Through-Zone. Yeah. Psychoactive monoterpene. It's a ketone found in plants like wormwood, sage, and sage. So this is another interesting thing too. When people used to burn sage to ward off the evil spirits. It actually kills airborne parasites and can theoretically kill parasites in mosquitoes. So when people used to, well, why was that? Well, over the centuries, that's how people got rid of parasites. Anyway, it's a GABA receptor agonist, and GABA's pretty freaking kick-ass, which could cause neurotoxic effects such as convulsions, though it's not responsible for the hallucinations often rumored. All right, so it's chiral, so it's got a alpha and a beta. Colorless liquid menthol odor, molecular weight of 152.23 grams per mole. Functions as a GABA-gated chloride modulator. Tony, I've been asking about you. How you feeling, brother? Yeah, it's very interesting, my friend. Yeah, it's a good word. It's better than Febreze. I've used it. Yep. Very rough allergy week. What's coming around? Allergies, man, it just sucks too. Sage is what smudge sticks are made out of, right? I've never heard of a smudge stick, but it sounds like it. Let's look it up. Smudge stick. Yep, sage. Yep, there you go. Yeah. I guess that's the white sage for ceremonial practices to cleanse, purify, and remove negative energy. But is it negative energy, or is it you feel like shit because you've got parasites, and then the sage takes care of them, and then you feel better? It can seem like negative energy. Historically rooted in Native American traditions, are kinds for meditation and stress reduction or a positive atmosphere. So it'd be very easy to make synthesized version of suture. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing: when not just thujone, it's the other. It's the synergistic effects that come along with the other molecules that create the rest of the compounds of wormwood, compounds in wormwood. Tony, I have faith and I'm waiting on a miracle, brother. There you go. It'll be on its way. Kentucky Derby at the post office. All right, brother. Let me know, and I'll get back to you in the morning too. Yeah, we gotta look out for each other. Bad spirits were like bad smells. If you had a dirty kitchen, then that brought bad spirits, knocking out the smell, suffocating bad spirits. Right? They called that. Miasma. Even so, come Jesus, Lord Jesus, and everything will be fixed. Which comes from lighting the dried sage that's bundled, blowing it around, walking around, letting the smoke and sense clear to space. Yeah. And that listen, it's very interesting if you don't just listen to the bullshit. And you say, okay, well, a lot of people seem to like this sage stuff. Well, what's going on with it? And then you look at it through a chemistry lens, and then you say, okay, wow, what is this compound? Isn't thujone hydrogen? And what temperature do they bond? I do not know. You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. Companies are now patenting plant contents for their use. You need more printer ink. Yeah, Jastan, I'd look at the dog too, man. I'd look at the dogs. Think about this. The only thing we give our dogs is heartworm medication. We don't give them any other medication for any kind of worms, and it's kind of interesting that they both have high estrogen. Printer ink is now. There's a huge cost. What you're finding cheap printer ink now? That's an expensive cost. I was thinking inexpensive. Right. There you go. Well, I learned something new today. A smudge stick. Yeah. The printers are cheap. The printers are only worth the ink that's in them. It's like $100 printer. Anyway, that was good. All right. Let's see. All right. Well, that was interesting. That was a good. I wonder if you can buy thujone. Yeah. You can buy synthesized, purified thujone. Yeah. Where are you at? Brandano? Or what country are you in? California. Yeah, Aldrich has it. Aldrich has it. Sigma Aldrich has it. Yeah, you can buy it right here. Yeah. Yeah. 96% Sigma Aldrich has it. Yep. Benzene ring. It's $100 a milliliter. I'll make that sense, printer. Make that make sense. I have a printer and I haven't even used because I can't afford all the ink, right? Yeah. Put them in your root beer. California cartridge costs like, yeah. Richard is being awesome again, helping folks. God bless you, brother. Thank you, my brother. That's what I'm trying to do. I love root beer too. I'm a huge fan. Listen, have you ever had homemade root beer with sassafras? I mean, I guess you call it sassafras. But so a place my family, my entire family had, they would all pay like $50 a month, and they had this place on a creek, Sandy Creek. It wasn't a beach house; it was a freaking creek house. Anyway, Rich is legit hearing the call to what we all do serving others. That's right. That's right. If you can't be of service to others, then you're worthless. Out of Farmer's Market, sassafras, birch beer. Yeah, ginger. I like ginger ale. I'm not a huge fan. Like, I like it, but I'm not a fan of it. Like, I don't ever crave it. But a root beer, yeah. And that's another thing to look at. Is like, and it kills all the parasites in the stomach. Can you drink it all at once? I drink sarsaparilla. The other compound, you want a broad spectrum anti-parasitic. You want something that'll cover a lot. That's why what I take covers a lot of different parts of the body. I missed the no longer manufactured. Tom Tucker mentioned ginger ale after always works. That little tummy ache. Yeah. Sassafras. Let's see. Yeah, sassafras oil was historically used for various conditions, including parasites. And it contains saffrol. That's sassafras. And you can get that yourself. You can get it. You can go anything. Rather that should have said Tom Tucker. Mint ginger ale. There you go. Tom Tucker mentioned ginger ale. I think ginger ale has anti-allergy. Yeah, it does. It works. I was looking at alcohol living abroad, and they said 3 cloves of garlic for times a week. Yeah. H. pylori. Yeah. Yep. That's good. That's good. Why don't we talk about it here? Why don't we talk about parasites? Everybody would say, I'm clean. Like, dude, like I remember trying to freaking, and listen, I want to tell you something. I think a lot of these STDs, well, there's actually a new STD out, and that is parasitic. And I think a lot of them are. How, like they don't test to see if they're parasites. Like why, except like herpes and stuff like that. Okay. So yeah, there's herpes. But I also think that there are parasitic infections that resemble herpes, and they act the same way. They hibernate, and they hatch, they hibernate, they hatch. But when you go and they say you've got herpes, well, I could have a whole bunch of other shit you're not testing me for. You know, why not just knock it all out? Sassafras is what drug ecstasy comes from. Slippery elm bark is great for sore throats. Yes, this has slippery elm bark in it. This has slippery elm bark in it. Yeah. It's good that people are still making stuff. Like there's companies out there like Zoller that's actually mixing up the medicine. I remember I mentioned once that I picked up a parasite from eating a salad. Yes. Right. You know, I mean, it's like, so what? But imagine all the wackadoo sex that's going on. Everybody's banging everybody unprotected. Like I remember back in the day, like, I remember buddies telling me, like, I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, do you recall the Central Park and lot? I do. On the plus side, maggots and leeches can be used as a better alternative to modern medicine. Yep. Right. So they know that. So they're like, okay, but instead of using maggots and leeches, why not come up with a compound that we can sell? Oops. But it's very, very, very interesting. It's very interesting when you look over all that old stuff, all that witch doctor stuff, you know, and then like how we're supposed to be so scared of it. Like, yeah, but it says, oh, the health risks associated with the use. Let me look at the frickin' paperwork that comes with anything a doctor gives me, right? It's absolutely wackadoo. And man, I pray that him and his wife get some relief. You know, it's amazing the people that end up in your chat at 11 o'clock at night on Friday? Yeah, you know, it's like people get put in the places they need to get. Right, because then the money goes directly from the government's pocket into the insurance company's pocket. Or the problem is that it's a thing. That it's a thing, because then they can say you've got all these wackadoodle things and it's going to be $100,000, so the government will just give me the money, or you know, the government's going to fund the insurance company. Yeah, and that's what's going on, because that's the thing. If you do have parasites, how long is it going to be till they find it? They just keep treating the symptoms, keep treating the symptoms, but not the cause. It's a great business model. But it's amazing. It just pisses me off to no end. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. Okay. All right.
Just for it to disappear forever, never to be seen again. Creatures so rare and so mysterious that we only know they exist because someone, somewhere, caught a single glimpse. From glowing sharks with pockets to red leopard cats, today, we're diving into 5 of the rarest, most mysterious animals that were only seen once.
Took a month
starting
for the
with
knowledge of the
American
parasite mind
pocket
test
shark.
and
A shark
was
with
the
pockets.
best
This tiny shark, barely 5.5 inches long, was discovered in the Gulf of Mexico.
I tell you, I think the only people to deal with parasites, and listen, I think this is why we get so much formaldehyde type stuff when we die, because else we're sitting there, there's gonna be worms crawling. And listen, you know, coffins, they're airtight and watertight. So where do the worms come from, right? How the worms don't crawl in, it's watertight. You can dig up a body, open it up, and it's dry and beautiful, you know, the clothes and everything as the way you left it. So the worms came from inside the body. But we just all think, oh, the worms are gonna come eat you. No, the worms can't get to you. You're inside of a concrete sarcophagus, inside of a steel structure that's airtight and watertight. Yeah, the worms come from the inside. So I think that's why we get a lot of that. Like, they don't need to preserve us, right? But they do. So when you're having viewings, you don't have freaking worms crawling out of people's nose and seeing like their skin move because something's crawling underneath.
During a 2010 research trip that was actually focused on researching sperm whales. It wasn't until 3 years later that scientists at NOAA took a closer look and realized that they had found a tiny shark species completely unknown to science. And here's the wildest part. This was only the second pocket shark ever discovered. The first one, known as the pocket shark, was caught way back in 1979, thousands of miles off the coast of Chile. For decades, scientists thought it was the only one of its kind. Then, suddenly, the American pocket shark shows up in the Gulf of Mexico. That's just nuts. Now, this little guy isn't your typical shark. The American pocket shark has a round, bulbous, almost whale-like head, a light gray body, and darker fins. Around its skin are tiny clusters of photophores, basically little light-producing organs, which it probably uses to camouflage itself in the deep sea. But the real mystery, and arguably the coolest thing about this shark, are those 2 strange pockets behind its front fins.
Whoa.
They're actually tiny little glands, which scientists think are capable of secreting a glowing fluid that could help attract prey or communicate with other sharks. How insane is that? It's like a little shark spraying its own neon-colored perfume at a rave to try and attract mates. No one knows for sure that that's what this pocket is used for, as we've only ever seen one. And that's the thing, that single specimen, a juvenile immature male weighing just half an ounce that was caught in a deep sea research net over 980 feet below the surface, and since then, there's been no record since. It's been over a decade, and despite countless surveys and trawls, no one's ever seen another American pocket shark. Does that mean it's gone? Probably not extinct, but it does show how insanely little we know about the deep sea and just the ocean in general. These sharks live in the bathypelagic zone in literal pitch black waters thousands of feet down, and humans almost never explore there. They're so small, so elusive, that even if they're abundant in the deep sea, we never really know it. If we're ever going to find another pocket shark, it'll probably once again be by accident. But until then, the American pocket shark remains one of the most mysterious creatures ever caught. A shark with a built-in pocket, seen once and never again. Now, this next animal is actually a real mystery, and it just so happens to be one of the rarest cats in the world. This is the Galeras cat, also called by some the Nerino cat or red tigrina. Sadly, like many of the other species, we don't even know for sure if this animal still exists. All we have is one single skin that was collected way back in 1989 on the Galeras volcano high in the Andes of southern Colombia, over 10,000 feet above sea level. The skin shows a small spotted cat, part of the Leopardus family, but unlike other tigrinas, its fur is a striking reddish orange with black rosettes that are deeper red on the inside. The cat's total body length is around 1.5 foot long, with an almost 1 foot long tail. What's nuts to think is that all of this detail that we have now comes from a single skin, a literal clue. Now, the skin sat in a Colombian institute for decades, initially mistaken for an ordinary tigrina, until scientists in 2001 spotted some kind of an anomaly, and then spent the next 2 decades studying it. Genetic analysis later showed that its DNA doesn't match any other known cat species, and both nuclear and mitochondrial sequences were found to be unique. Can you believe that? A completely distinct lineage, divergent from other Leopardus species 1.2 to 1.9 million years ago, that was quite literally hiding in plain sight all this time. Since that collection, no other individuals have been found. Trail cams have been placed all across southern Colombia since 2018 that haven't picked it up, and surveys till now have turned up nothing. Its high-altitude habitat is extremely fragmented and under pressure from human activity. So, if the Galeras cat still exists, it's probably in tiny numbers. It could already be extinct, or maybe it's just super elusive, seemingly purposefully staying hidden. So, what would it take to see one again? Scientists would need to confirm a living population. In order to do that, they need to locate additional skins or skulls from local hunters, ideally capture some kind of genetic material to understand its relationship to other tigrinas. Until then, the Galeras cat remains a species of cat that we only know from a single pelt that was found all those years ago. Next up, a bright orange gliding squirrel that's only ever been seen once, the Namdafa flying squirrel. This is one of the rarest mammals on Earth, found deep in the jungles of northern India. This animal is honestly so incredibly beautiful. It's got this crazy reddish grizzled fur and this white belly, and its patagium, the thin membrane that stretches between its limbs and lets it glide through the trees, is orange. And here's one of the craziest things about the squirrel. So from head to tail, the squirrel is 3.5 feet. That is a pretty damn big squirrel. And if you imagine that thing soaring silently over the canopy at night, it's insane. But not as insane as the story of its discovery, which was just fascinating. Back in 1981, a zoologist named Shyam Rup Biwas and his team was surveying wildlife in Namdafa National Park, which is a massive misty rainforest tucked between India and Myanmar, a place I'd really love to visit one day. And that's when they stumbled across a single specimen of a flying squirrel unlike anything they'd ever seen. Lo and behold, it turned out to be an entirely new species. And since that one sighting, which is now almost 44 years ago, not a single confirmed sighting has ever been made again. Can you believe that? One of the largest flying squirrels in the world, something you'd think would easily be seen if it was up in the treetops, seen once and seemingly never again. Now, something really cool is that a few possible relatives have popped up over the years. 2013, researchers found a similar species in Laos, the Laotian giant flying squirrel. And in 2018, another was described in China called the Mount Galagong flying squirrel. All three of these have been tested and found to be in the same ultra-rare genus as our Namdapha flying squirrel, making them some of the most mysterious rodents in the entire world. As for why we haven't seen the Namdapha flying squirrel again, well, that's the saddest part. The national park that it belongs to is remote, yes, but it's not exactly untouched. There's hunting, there's poaching for bushmeat, ongoing habitat loss from logging, there's habitat encroachment. The forest where that first squirrel was found could easily have been changed since then, but some scientists think that the species might survive in small numbers hidden away in the park's steep valleys and high ironwood forests. But without proof or any DNA evidence, it's been listed as critically endangered by the IUCN and possibly extinct. However, get this, 2022, there was a glimmer of hope, a possible sighting in the exact same region. Researchers even collected potential fecal samples that they think belong to said squirrel to test for DNA. And if the poo sample turns out to be real and gives us a positive ID for the squirrel, then it could be one of the biggest rediscoveries of our time. But until then, the Namdapha flying squirrel remains a literal ghost of the treetops. Next up, a bird that feels like it literally slipped straight into legend. Meet the Uroscopy owl. This species is a tiny, elusive owl known only from a single specimen collected back in 1866. That's over a century and a half ago. And since then, there's been literally nothing. Not even any photos, sightings, no calls that can be verified. The only semi-conclusive thing that there's been is stories by locals from one small volcanic island in Indonesia and one old preserved bird sitting in a museum drawer. The initial story behind this owl discovery starts on Siau Island, which is north of Sulawesi, a remote place that was covered in forest back in the day. Sadly, today, most of it is gone, which doesn't look too promising for our little owl. The Uroscopy owl was first described from that one holotype that was collected during the 19th century, and nobody's ever managed to find another. It's believed to have lived in the island's lowland rainforest, flying between branches in the dense, humid canopy. Given its relatives like the Sulawesi and the Shanghai Scops owl, it was probably a nocturnal forest hunter that fed on insects and small invertebrates and blending perfectly into the bark of trees. However, here's where things get interesting. Some scientists aren't even totally sure what our owl is to begin with. The taxonomy of this owl has been debated for years. Some researchers think it's its own distinct species, while others believe it could just be a subspecies of another Indonesian Scops owl.
That's so crazy how huge their eyes are.
The problem when you're debating something like that, there's literally only one of that specimen to go on.
Can you imagine, like, at night, what up, Hawk back? What up? That's a taxonomy word, yep. Can you imagine, though, having those big-ass pupils and then somebody's photo flash? Like being punched in the face. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. I've been here, though, brother. Where you been?
Off of. You can't exactly run genetic tests or compare behaviors when the only thing you've got is a 150-year-old bird in a museum. All that DNA is extremely fragmented and degraded, and there's not really any help a sample that old can provide. Despite that, there have been rumors. In 2017, a video popped up online of a small owl that was caught inside a building in Siau. Locals swore it matched the description of the Uroscopy owl, and the footage sparked a huge wave of excitement among ornithologists and birders. Could this have been it? The first living evidence of the Uroscopy owl in over a century? Unfortunately, we don't really know. Even after all the analysis, with tons of scientists looking at said video footage, no one could really confirm it, and it still remains unverified. And since then, teams have gone back to Siau, hiking through the last scraps of forest, setting up nocturnal listening stations, recording calls through the night, putting up cameras, but unfortunately, they didn't get anything. The biggest reason that we haven't seen it again is that the forests of Siau are almost gone. Back in the late 1990s, researchers estimated that only about...
I've never seen white chocolate ice cream. I've seen ice cream with white chocolate chunks in it, but I've never seen white chocolate ice cream.
50 hectares of forest remained on the island, most of it clinging to the steep slopes of Mount Tamata, which also happens to be an active volcano. The rest of the island had been cleared for farming, logging, and plantations. For a species that probably depends on dense forest cover, that's quite literally a death sentence. Still, conservationists aren't giving up. Various organizations have been funding surveys on Seattle and nearby islands, hoping to find just one to prove it's still out there. Because if it is, the population would almost certainly be tiny, maybe as few as a dozen birds at most. But even that would be enough to give the ghost species a second chance. Until that day, though, the Seattle scops owl remains one of the great mysteries of the bird world, a tiny forest owl that vanished, seen once in 1866 and never again. Now, this next species is the OG ghost lizard, and there are a few ghost lizards out there, lizards that have been seen once and then never again, or not seen for many years, but the species I'm talking about is the Navassa curly-tailed lizard. This species was discovered back in 1868, and like the other 4 animals we previously talked about, we only know it existed because of one single specimen, and that's it. The whole description of this species is based on that single preserved female that someone collected on Navassa Island, a tiny uninhabited dot in the Caribbean.
So just a very light sore throat, like you can feel it when you swallow, but it's not like burning painful. They have world-class chocolate, and I've took out all that white chocolate ice cream, so it's a bit. The world-class chocolate is half white chocolate, half chocolate ice cream. That sounds good, boy. Have you tried gargling with salt water? Just like taking like a 6-ounce glass of water, put like a tablespoon or teaspoon, whatever, how much ever you can stand, salt in it. Give that a try. That might kill any of the bacteria that might be causing you a problem. Yeah, white chocolate's good stuff. Yeah, when I used to get a white chocolate bunny rabbit for Christmas. I mean, for Easter, for Christmas. Yeah, I love that.
Had this dark gray body with faint bands running across.
Brother Brandano, that might be your calling. Have you thought about maybe starting an ice cream company? You now know that there is something that people will probably want, and you can be the one to do that. That's probably a good idea. Yeah. Iodized salt works. Yeah, right. Well, so go to IRS.gov or SBA, smallbusinessadministration.gov, download the packet to do the business plan, and then that's how you get investors. You put the business plan together, then you can go to investors, type I need investors, and they'll want your business plan. Upload your business plan and see who says. Because they'll probably be like, ooh, I wouldn't do that. I'd compete, brother. Compete. Because if you say that to them, they'll be like, we were already working on that exact flavor, and here it is now. Sorry, dude.
Across its back, and a tail that faded from
maybe
pale
we can
at
write
the base
Jenny's
to
ice
deep
cream
gray
and suggest
near
it.
the end. That seems pretty unassuming and quite ordinary for a lizard.
For like $200, you can get an at-home ice cream maker, and then you can get yourself some like Ghirardelli or some white chocolate, whatever white chocolate you like. Smash it up into bits and toss it in there, and then, yeah. You start with one. Dude. You start with one. You get one ice cream making machine. Yeah. And then as it sells, you get more and more. You don't become $1 billion business in one day. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. No, wow. Yeah. Start off with one. Make it good so that your ice cream base, which is the base of all of your flavors, You'll have that, and then you'll add just like a Ben & Jerry's does. Ben & Jerry's has ice cream base, their standard like white ice cream that they add vanilla to, or they add, just the milk, the cream, the sugar. And I'm doing it for 60%. And leave me for it. Fine, I'll help you out with that, brother. Absolutely, and I'll actually help you, and we can split it 50-50. Drafted the contract now. It actually helped. Glad to help, Black Hawk, brother. Glad to help, man. It's awesome, right? Awesome. You can go to the doctor and they can prescribe you stuff and all that. And sometimes you just need to gargle some salt water, right? I'm glad it worked, brother. Yeah. 50. We can do it. I'm all about it.
Made it special was the same thing that gives the whole group its name. That little cute curly tail. You might have seen them in Florida, but curly-tailed
I've got
lizard.
2 ice cream makers here. I've got a what's it called? I've got a Cuisinart ice cream maker, and I've got a generic one. My mom's ice cream is awesome, a little bit crystally but tasty. Yeah, right. So the crystally part is usually because going into the freezer after it comes out of the machine, and I think higher sugar content will have smaller crystals. Yeah, but the flavors are good. Yeah. I got the same problem here because I don't add as much. Dars when it tells freezes. No, I'm not Tugar. No, you got to bust our ice cream maker out one of these days and show us how it works. I will. Yeah. Absolutely. I might do that tomorrow. When I was little, my grandparents had a flying squirrel in their living room with something straight out of the Wild Wild West. Like accidentally or mounted? Diddy-ite. What are you talking about, Tugar?
Lizards have a weird behavior like where they perform this curled tail lift.
Mine's digital. It's digital. It looks like, I'll show you right here. So this is what my Cuisinart. This is the Cuisinart right here. This is the Cuisinart one. So it's like a window air conditioner unit that automatically makes it cold, so you don't need ice and salt and all that stuff. So you just put the ingredients in. I'll show you mine. This right here. I got it for 180. It says for 235 right now. So you just dump in 3 ingredients, or 4 if you want chocolate, and you hit start, and it has a dasher on the inside that spins, and you pull the whole jug out, and you can stick it, put the top on, stick it in the freeze. It works really good. Really, really good. I bought, this is the one I bought. I got it for 180. I think it was during Prime Week or Prime Day or whatever it was. And then my neighbor, the neighbor I did all the videoing from, when her and her husband moved, they gave us their wackadoo. That and the soft serve. Yeah, right. Well, you can get this too. Yeah. I don't have one of these, but you can definitely get one. I'd be fat if I had a soft serve ice cream dispenser. I'd be fat, no doubt.
And they do this regardless of whether or not the predators are around. Almost like they're showing
ice
off.
Crushers. Yeah, we had
Here's
one.
The crazy
we had
thing,
one with the little a handle that like made it stick, like it vacuumed it down, and then you put in ice cubes, the round ice cubes that you froze in the little cans, and you shredded it up.
That one specimen was all scientists had for over 50 years. Until another one supposedly turned up in 1917, collected by a guy named Rollo Beck. However, decades later, when another herpetologist took a closer look, he went, yeah, that's not it. Turns out that the lizard Rollo collected only just turned out to be a completely different species altogether. So in the end, we're back to square one, that single lizard collected 157 years ago. Guys, this is just a small handful of examples of unbelievable creatures that may still be out there.
My birthday is January 10th, 110. 110, January 10th. The slush works great. Juice and bubble. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. You're going to get me fat. Oh, I got to save some money. Yeah, 110th grade, January 10th, 110.
That are known from a single specimen ever. There are many more out there, and I'd love to do more breakdowns. So if you like these kind of lists, like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll do some more. See you on the next.
See you on the next one. Let's see where we at. What time have we got here? Oh, jeez. All right, what are we watching next? Incredibly rare animal caught on camera giving birth. 6 extinct animals found. All right, we'll do one more. Then we're gonna wrap it up with something funny. All right, which of these pet supplies would you consider buying? I don't know what any of these are.
Every single year, thousands of animals are declared extinct, but many of them aren't. I've proven that myself 8 times over, and in 2025 alone, scientists have rediscovered.
What? Vantara Zoo also worked in zoo. I did not know that. I'm making cheesecake and banana cream pie, dude. I freaking love cheesecake. I'm not a huge fan of banana cream pie. I would rather make banana bread, but I'm a huge fan of cheesecake. Really big. What do you do for a living? I'm an ornithologist. It's really good, dude. I really love. I mean, I'll eat banana cream pie, absolutely, but like if somebody else makes it, but I won't make it. Like if I'm gonna make something with bananas, it's gonna either be banana pudding or banana bread. And I've got frozen bananas right now, waiting for that to happen. Yeah, banana bread is so freaking good. Listen, and I've got some really good, really fatty butter. Amish butter roll. It's 5 pounds of butter. And when it comes out hot, you let it sit for about 10 minutes. Then you cut the end off, one of the crusty ends, and you smear it until it's like glistening, soaked with this really fatty butter. And it's so unbelievably good. Nothing beats homemade cheesecake from a spring form. Agreed. I'm completely addicted to making homemade banana bread. But yeah, it's really freaking good. It's really, really, really good. And I think it's one of those things like bananas should give you potassium, but like the bananas we get from the store don't really do a good job. And I think that's why we crave them a lot. I'm having a 1/4 pounder cheeseburger from Quick Trip we got from the food shelf with a bunch of Quick just there. Jeez, I haven't eaten the Quick Trip burger in a long time. Yeah. I was thinking about a way to make like cookies, like thick cookies, right? So you would have crusts on both sides, and then like make them a little bit thinner than what like a good slice of banana bread would be. So you have a whole bunch of like cookies, but I haven't tried it yet. It's something in the future. In India, Animal Rescue Center owns by Ambani Rescues Animal. Oh wow, inventory zoo. We'll have to look into that, brother. There's breakfast food is the best. Yeah, I have 8 chickens, so I freaking love me some eggs, and I bake bread. I have sourdough starter that I keep. Sourdough.
Discovered almost 1,000 new species, and get this, around 24 were animals we thought had vanished forever. From the world's tiniest snake to a shark that looks like an alien with a sail on its back. Here are 6 of the wildest.
Depends on what you go in. Yep, I agree. Yeah, I use parchment. That's what I used to. I use parchment. Yeah.
Extinct animals found in 2025.
All right, brother Tony.
Starting with the Philippine cave tarantula.
Good night, Tony,
this
brother.
species of tarantula was thought to be native to the cave systems in the Philippines, and the species is a true troglodyte. An animal so specialized for life in total darkness that it literally can't survive outside of it. It lives deep in the Libmanan Caves Natural Park, tucked into the dark zones of the deep cave systems where sunlight literally never reaches. One of the most bizarre things that makes these cave ecosystems so intense, even deep into the system, is that the humidity stays high enough for these spiders to thrive. They're not massive as far as tarantula standards go, but their body shape is immediately different once you know what you're looking at. Pale body and eyes so small.
Get good freaking butter right here. Let me see if I can find it. Amish butter roll. This is it right here, right here. All right here, Amish butter roll. That's it. Amish country butter roll, and it's so good, and it's just freaking butter. It's not butter and butter flavoring with freaking extra oil and freaking wackadoodle. Thought it'd be down under troglodyte. Spending a couple extra dollars on good butter is really worth it, right? And it goes a lot further, and it doesn't, it's not gonna rot. It's already rotten. It's already freaking spoiled milk or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's really good. It's Kerrygold. Oh, right here, Amish country, or which one? Which one are you talking about? Irish. You talking about Kerrygold? Right here? Yeah. I've got that too. Yeah. No, it's really, really good. Oh, sorry, it's 2 pounds. Yeah, so 2 pounds for $13. Or you get half a pound for $5. So yeah, it's a little more expensive, but it's totally worth it. Yeah, I've got Kerrygold also. And when for baking and stuff, like I get I use this as a topping. Like that goes on my but if I'm baking or something, I'll use Land O'Lakes, whatever's cheap. Yeah. Everyone, make sure you hit some like and subscribe button. Look, I can do this. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, Kerrygold's it's good. Kerrygold's good too, but it's not freaking roll butter. It ain't freaking roll butter, baby. It ain't that.
Small, you could probably almost miss them completely. The crazy part is how this species.
Yeah, listen. When I was in elementary school, they used to have butter by the pat. I haven't seen butter by the pat in forever, where it was just like one freaking square of butter, like a 1/4 inch thick, and they were all like, yeah. Run. You don't like spiders?
Was discovered in the first place. In 1892, when the French naturalist Eugene Simon traveled
I just don't like walking through a spider web at night and not knowing if the spider's on me.
Philippines, he got what researchers described as basically a quick observation. He saw the spider, made a quick note in his journal, and described it. Bizarrely, that was it. For over a century, nobody ever saw it again. Then, 133 years later, in June of 2025, a research team from the University of Santo Tomas.
And if you make them right, like if you just toast them long enough where they're like a touch crunchy and the rest chewy, and they just got like little peaks of like not burnt but like browned, and it's just hot enough for the butter to melt but not hot enough to burn your mouth. I really like them. In England, they're just called muffins. Your friend's dad cooking. Good, hey, good. It's good. Get the recipe, brother. Pack it in your knowledge bank, dude. If you like it, get the recipe, and do that throughout life. If anyone has access to the Whole Foods market, they have artisan English muffins. You can't believe that. I've got one here. Yeah.
Decided to investigate the cave systems around Libmanan. There, inside the deepest sections of 3 interconnected caves, they found not one, but multiple individuals of the Philippine cave tarantula. And the craziest thing, the researchers found that this species had evolved. The rediscovered specimens show classic adaptations: reduced, almost non-existent eyes, elongated limbs, and a softer coloration. The researchers also said that these tarantulas would bolt into their burrows when a person approached from more than a foot away, in complete darkness. And their hunting behavior was described as striking instantly. Juvenile spiders were even observed taking down insects 3 times their size. But here's the part that makes this rediscovery even cooler, and perhaps a little concerning. In the forest outside the caves, the same team found 2 new species of tarantulas in the same genus, which tells us the cave system and surrounding area might be a hotspot for species of arachnids that we've barely ever seen. It also means the whole ecosystem is incredibly fragile. Development, pollution, or even a whole bunch of tourism for people looking at these spiders could threaten the only known population of this cave-dependent species. So, could we ever see one again? Technically, yes, but only if you're willing to crawl into the deepest parts of the cave system, where no light, bad oxygen levels, and tarantulas that can sense you from a foot away. A proper cave expedition with researchers is the safest bet, because no random person or villager is casually stumbling into these things by accident. And think about this. This type of creature hiding in the dark for 133 years that really
recluse, and they left holes in my leg.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah, these are big.
What else might be down there, tucked away in the shadows? The next rediscovery came out of nowhere. A fish species so rare and tucked away in the foothills of the eastern Himalayas that even seasoned ichthyologists had written it off as a ghost story: the Chell snakehead. This species is native exclusively to the Chell River system in northern Bengal.
Singer right in my brother's band, Stevie Diamond, he used to put it in his mouth and then be like, and then it'd be like looking out at you. He's also had a scorpion. He did the same thing with Temple of Doom. I want to say one of my kindergarten classmates had a cage. Yeah. A lot of people get, a lot of the weird girls get them. Yeah, in his mouth.
Near the Bhutan foothills. It's compact, muscular fish, which tops out around 10 inches. And like all snakeheads, it is adapted to life in insane conditions. It is said to thrive in warm, fresh water up to 82 degrees, and like our tarantula from before, it is able to tolerate low oxygen environments, thriving in the swamps that it calls home. This ability also stems from an insane adaptation.
If you want a link, let me know. I'll send you a link to the one I have. I highly recommend it. Or get yourself a manual one. But let me know if you're going to get it. I'll send you a link.
Which lets them gulp atmospheric oxygen. It gives them the ability to survive in drying streams, puddles, or
she's definitely going to be the goth chick. It's a very interesting video. Animals roaming around the world, rescued some of them man-eating lions. Dun, 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 dun.
Flooded rice fields during the monsoon season. Locals in northern Bengal know the species by the various locale names, and the fish has been part of their landscape for generations, even while scientists thought it was long gone, something that we see happen very often with lost species. And that confusion goes all the way back to the early 1900s. The Chell snakehead was originally discovered from specimens collected between 1918 and 1933 from the Himalayan region of India. And then, after the early 30s, the species seemingly disappeared from the scientific record. Repeated surveys in later years turned up nothing. And for decades, every attempt to rediscover this fish ended in nothing but frustration. And just a few years later, it was considered effectively extinct. Then, within the last year, everything changed. Researchers got a tip that a local tribe near the town of Kalimpong had been catching and eating.
110 is my birthday, January 10th, 110, January 10th. Me and my cousin Kat, we both have the same birthday, just 13 years different. January 10th, 110. Yeah, churros. I haven't had a churro in probably 10 years.
Strange green yellow striped fish from the Chell River. And that story alone was enough to spark a frenzy among the tiny group of scientists who've been chasing this exact species for decades. It still took months of targeted searching, but eventually, on the riverbanks of the Chell itself, the team landed not one, but 3 living specimens.
So
those specimens, along with solid...
Mine and Catherine's grandfather, we have the same grandfather, and he used to call us his 110 babies.
Photographic evidence finally confirmed what nobody had ever thought would happen. The Chell snakehead was not extinct. And something really cool that researchers were able to find out is that this species has the highest number of lateral line scales of any snakehead species. That sensory line down the side of this fish helps it detect movement and pressure changes in the water, and having more of those scales suggests it's perfectly adapted to the turbulent, shifting rivers of its home range. The rediscovery team even described it as mythical, which gives you a sense of just how legendary this species had become across India's wildlife community.
Depending on who does the readings, it's usually between the 19th and the 23rd. So 22nd is just a good cusp date. Yeah. This fish is almost extinct. Let's go rest in the name of science. Right, and put him in a fish tank.
Snakeheads are hardy and adaptable, which means they become invasive.
They're almost extinct. Maybe we can get it there. Maybe we can get it to cross the line to extinction.
Nightmares when released outside of their native habitat. And that is the story for so many places right here in the USA where snakeheads have been introduced and are just a huge problem animal. Luckily, the Chell snakehead has never suffered that fate, mostly because it's so rare.
They can crawl outside of the water. Snakeheads can crawl out of the water and then walk along like snakes and then go into another pond or lake or whatever, river.
The biggest risks are right there at home. Habitat loss, pollution, and of course, potential overfishing by local communities who've been harvesting it long before anyone realized just how rare it was, and while Western science even knew it was still alive. So, how do you see one today? Honestly, you need to head straight to the Chell River system, link up with researchers or local guides, and hope you're there during the right season. These fish show up in flooded paddy fields during...
There's Western Zodiac and there's Chinese Eastern Zodiac. Not sure about India. But the ancient Zodiac, the Babylonian Zodiac, there's the Israeli Zodiac. I think they made 12 tribes like a flag. I didn't know that. I was reading the old bread comments. We want to eat some bread.
During heavy rains and hide in shrinking stream pools, gulping for air during the dry periods. They're incredibly hard to spot, and they blend perfectly into the greenish-brown water of the foothills. But if we realize that a brightly colored predator like this can stay hidden for almost 100 years in one of the most populated regions of India, it really makes you think about how much of the natural world still slips under our radar. This Chell snakehead has now actually been collected and brought...
Something interesting is the freaking damn... like, we've only explored 5% of the world's oceans. 5%. There's when they say what's in the ocean, they only know about 5% of it. There's 95% of it that we don't have any idea. We ain't been there. It's big.
into captivity.
Friendships. Aquarians and deeply social humanitarian, often maintaining long friendships from childhood. They are loyal to their collective rather than just one person. Why 110th is intact. I'm the year of the rat. Look up Capricorn, Blackhawk. I'm year of the rat, and my Aries is occupation. What heaven high? Because I got that one line across the palm. Oh, right. To determine your class. I think a position could have been deadly, though. Yep.
To breed bread to help keep an insurance colony alive. So no matter what happens in the Chell River system, a species that we thought was gone forever will hopefully always be around. Before we get into the next extinct animal.
The rat, right. Okay, right. I think I'm the year of the dragon. 1977.
From the dead. Check out the awesome.
Might be a rat. Chinese Zodiac, 1977. You're the snake. Sorry, I knew that. I think my brother's the dragon. 73. Oops. Oh, it didn't say it. Oh, Chinese. Yeah, ox. So ox. Okay, so 80. Monkey. Nope, none of us are dragons. Like you'd be pulled out for the head of treasury, the third in line, wind up whacked out by an occult mob apocalyptico. Apocalypto.
Some Forest Galante merch that we've launched. Now, this isn't actually merch. It's not your standard YouTuber junk that's printed on cheap Chinese garbage. This is high quality outdoor gear. You can see the leather patches. This is the FG River team. This is the FG Safari team. I'm wearing one of my personal favorites, the Forest Galante Desert team, which it says on the back with the iconic Roadrunner. This is high quality outdoor gear. This is a long sleeve hooded thing so that you can go out, spend time in the sun all day, not get sunburnt. It's breathable, it's lightweight. We've launched a whole line of these. Check it out below this video. I hope you guys pick one up. You're gonna love it. I'm a big fan.
Built on loyalty and longevity, they prefer a small, trusted circle over large groups. They're known for being dependable, practical, and honest. Bam, that's me. There you go. Built on loyalty and longevity. And that's what I'm doing. I've been here every day, baby.
Of this gear, it's what I'm wearing out on expeditions and also sitting in my office because it feels and looks so good. Let's get back to the video. Every now and then, a species disappears so cleanly that even the people who discovered it start wondering if the animal's disappearance was just a fluke. The Blide Rundable flat gecko, only reaching a total length of about 2.2 inches long. This species of gecko is only found in one place on Earth, the Blide River Canyon in Mpumalanga.
How do they know that's not a baby? I guess the only way they would know if that's not a baby is if they kept it and it didn't get bigger, right? Like, or if they got it from birth, like they captured the eggs. That's right, I'm honest. Like so if they found the eggs, then it hatched and they knew that it was really small and then it grew into that and then it never got any bigger, then they would know, and then it eats, lives and dies. But you'd have to wait that whole time out to make sure that, you know, oh look, I found this, it's the world's smallest adult, but you don't know if it's an adult or not.
South Africa, specifically around a rock formation known as the Three Rondavels, hence its namesake. This gecko has adapted perfectly to living on the rocky savanna rimmed slopes around 4,000 foot elevation, sliding into cracks and crevices and cliff faces with the kind of ease that only a nocturnal flat-bodied lizard can pull off. This species was initially discovered in 1991 when South African herpetologist Dr. Nels Jacobson discovered it during what might be one of the most bizarre field trips ever recorded. The helicopter he was flying in actually crashed on top of one of the Rondavels. While stranded for 2 days waiting to be rescued, he noticed this strange-looking gecko, and as any normal herpetologist back then would do, he collected it, and soon they were scientifically described as a new species. No one saw another one for another 34 years. Darren Peterson and John Davies from a South African-based conservation NGO managed to secure a helicopter drop on top of the same rondavel where the species was first found. That was the only realistic way to reach the habitat, and something I have said time and time again. If you're looking for a lost species, go to the last known location of it, start from there, and spread out. After 3 long days of being stuck on top of this rondavel, On the third night, they finally found them. The Blyde-Rundabel flat gecko was still there, and they found several of them. They seemed to be healthy, active, and clearly thriving in numbers that suggested the species wasn't on the brink of extinction. If these geckos survived unseen for 34 years, what else is out there that we've overlooked simply because we haven't climbed high enough or looked into the right cracks? This
I don't know. Thank you. I read a lot about Aquarius, aquarium, rather being about like highly intuitive and informative. I like it. It's very interesting, somewhat relatable. Thank you. Thank you. I love it here too. I love it. That's why I keep the doors open so often. I love it.
This gecko's habitat is so remote and rugged that human impact is low. Animals like this can slip through the cracks and disappear from scientific records simply because no one is studying them or going out to look for them. That lost species tag we often give to animals we can't find says more about our lack of data than the gecko's actual rarity. But the rediscovery proves that they're still out there, tucked into the ancient stone towers of the Blyde River Canyon. And it opens the door to discovering even more hidden species.
It's so true. What if we miss so much because we haven't searched hard enough? Right, exactly. Think about it. We're only typically awake during the day. And it's dark out at night. So what all comes out at night? Right? And where else? Like, think about there's places where there aren't humans. When we go to explore, we're going to go during the day. And those guys stayed there for 3 nights and found them at night. Right. So we don't even know. And imagine what lives in the ground and under the water. Like, think about all of the animals that never come up. Never come up for air, never come up for sunlight. They're always just living in the ground, and they're just like accidentally found. It's human nature to stay limited to only topics not familiar. Exploring outside the box is where it's at. That's exactly right, because the box is the problem. The box is what we're taught in school and from what the general knowledge that everyone knows. This is like what, think about it. The people that write our textbooks, they have to decide when they're going to stop. Because remember, textbooks could be this thick, right? Because there's always more. There's an internet worth of information on each topic. So they got to say what they're going to teach us. And most people don't learn anything after they leave school. And that's all they know of what exists for life. Pink crocos are rare. They are. You got one there, brother.
Across this wild and rugged, inaccessible landscape. Our next animal is one of the wildest shark species you will ever hear about, the sailback hound shark. This bizarre-looking shark was once only known from northern Papua New Guinea, living way out on the continental shelf in Astrolabe Bay. It only grows up to 2.5 feet long, but what it lacks in size, it makes up for in pure weirdness. It's got huge...
but it's also what keeps us ostracized from family or community. Might need to urge the outside the box, perceived as a rebel. Difficult person. Yeah, you could be perceived that way, right? Perception is half of it. Yeah, right.
Wide eyes, and then this long dorsal fin that sticks straight up off its back like the mast of a tiny sailboat, hence its namesake. It doesn't look like any other hound shark on the planet, not even weird ones like the leopard sharks that we have here in California. And it's the only member of its entire genus, Gogolia. That's how strange and isolated this species really is.
I don't think so. I think there's you talking about fastest fish or fastest animal? I mean, okay, let's see. Fastest sea creature. Yeah, sailfish is considered the fastest animal in the sea. 68 miles an hour. Okay, my bad. 68 miles an hour. 110 kilometers an hour. Adapted for speed. You know what else they might be? Did you see my new shirt? The best animal is the oxpecker. Conform or live free. Yeah, that's fast. I didn't know that at all. The oxpecker.
is. The original discovery goes all the way back to 1970, when a fisherman in Astrolabe Bay hauled up a pregnant female that measured about 2.5 feet long. Nobody had ever seen anything like it, and researchers eventually realized that this was an entirely new branch.
No, it's not a made-up bird. No, it's a real bird. Because we were watching, and I saw it. I said, "Who wants to see an oxpecker?" And then it started to become a joke. This was just like 2 days ago. So then we started looking up oxpeckers, and oxpecker. Yeah, this is an oxpecker. It's the bird that's on the shirt. So now, who wants to see an oxpecker is the school mascot, the oxpecker, the 110th grade oxpeckers. There's a dolphin from 100-kilometer river from where I am. News yesterday, rare occurrence. Wow, what is it up there? I'm putting myself in timeout for 5 minutes. Out of shame. Paper bag over my head. No, I just came up with it yesterday. But we had it in stream. Yeah, those are oxpeckers. Who wants to see an oxpecker? So back to what talking about before. The bloop. What if it was real? The what? So back to what we were talking about before. What bloop? What'd I miss? The video is so messed up, we haven't searched enough. What's bloop? You talking about the animal, the bloop? Oh, well, it's a good question. Well, yeah, it says it was right. So the bloop was a ultra low frequency underwater sound recorded in 1997, initially rumored to be a massive undiscovered marine animal. Right. That's the thing. Right. It could be super deep in the ocean. Like, look, we can barely get to the Titanic without super big freaking what's it called? What are those things called? Submarines and stuff. So, and that's not the bottom of the ocean. That's only the bottom of that part of the ocean. So there's much deeper. So there's places that we got no idea. So it's definitely possible. So glad we went with the bald eagle. Not the oxpecker. It's probably real. Yeah, listen, dude. Have you ever seen the teeth that wash up that are like the size of a human hand? Like the megalodon teeth? Yeah. The vaquita. It's a tiny shy porpoise. Vaquita. Wow. Oh yeah, I've looked at these before. Yeah. These almost look like cartoons. Look at that. Look at these things. They look fake. Mexico only has some 10 remaining in the wild. Wow. Most endangered sea creature. Wow, look at that. I got him in his hands. Look at the black eye, like the panda eyes and the human mouth. Yeah, only 10 left. That's why yeah, they sell megalodon teeth necklaces at school fairs.
Of the hound shark family tree. That specimen became the holotype, the one and only
so
confirmed
the thing is, the
megalodon
may still exist. We have no idea. We just think that it doesn't. It might be a deeper sea fish. It might be, it's so big, it might come up once every few days for air in the middle of the night in the middle of the ocean. We got no idea.
One had ever recorded. And then it disappeared for 50 years. And keep in mind, Papua New Guinea has had multiple deep water surveys, shark studies, and various expeditions like the one I myself had been on, and not one of these sailback hound sharks had ever turned up. Then, in the beginning of 2020, when the WWF was doing fisheries surveys around the Gulgul River mouth, which drained into the Astrolabe Bay, local fishers started mentioning this weird shark with a sail on its back that sometimes shows up when they're targeting Jewfish for the fish maw trade. And sure enough, over just 2 days in March 2020, 5 adult females were caught at depths of around 262 feet. And not only were these the first verified sailback hound sharks in half a century, but some were fully mature with developing eggs. So clearly a population still existed. Then in 2022, another fisherman caught a male with that same long
fish
fin.
is a fully
And this was
transparent, fluid-filled dome on its head with glowing green eyes that can rotate to look upward. Great. Great. Oh, wow. That's so crazy looking, dude. That looks like a submarine with a glass front where two aliens would be sitting. I bet you that's what it is. It's two aliens. Look at the forward-facing eyes that look like windows. Look at that. Look at the front face of this thing. Look at this freaking thing. Look at that. It's definitely very interesting how much everything manipulates. How much everyone manipulates. It's very, yeah, life's pretty manipulating. Most shameless, but manipulate you by others. Young, it's impossible to understand only after you feel it. It looks like two aliens in a fish-shaped submersible ship. Look at this frickin' thing, dude. Look what it looks like. Look at this wackadoodle. Look at this freaking thing. Is that how big it is? No way. And no way it's got freaking lights on it. Look at this one. Jeez, that thing's freaking crazy looking. Yeah, you don't want to see that coming at you at night in the water.
Stark, because it was the first male sailback hound shark ever recorded.
Magic cat.
Think about that. A species discovered in 1970, and scientists didn't even know what the males looked like until 52 years later. These findings were then officially released and scientifically published just a couple of months ago. All of this tells us that this shark is almost certainly micro-endemic, restricted to a tiny little slice of northern PNG around Astrolabe Bay. It's never been found anywhere else, despite massive deep...
Sheephead fish? Sheep's head. Whoa, yeah, it's got human teeth. I think these were genetic experiments went out of control. Like they mixed fish with human. Look at this. Look at that stuff. Look at that wackadoo. Megalodon. Look at the size of this frickin' jaw, dude. Look at that freaking wackadoodle. There's a megalodon. A smaller megalodon, and the very bottom's a great white. It's great white's like less than a freaking, like a fifth, maybe like an eighth of the size of it. It's like the blobfish. Looks like normal deep water, contracted when it comes up, turns into a blob. Yep, flamboyant cuttlefish, rarely seen. I'm back and better than ever. Flamboyant cuttlefish. Flamboyant cuttlefish. Wow, yeah, those things are wackadoodle. Look at this freaking crazy ass thing. Blobfish. Yeah, look at that freaking wackadoo. It looks like a human. Fish get smaller as oceans get protein poorer. Theoretically, yeah, but the thing is, how much protein sinks down to the really deep? So do they just go deeper? And like the things that are so weird is like you can have salty areas in freshwater and freshwater areas in saltwater, like these big like country-sized bubbles. It's so wackadoodle. Blob, there you go. That's blobfish in deep water. And then the pressure comes up and it turns inside out. The Cuvier's beaked whale holds the record for the deepest and longest mammal dive, staying underwater for nearly 4 hours. Damn. Look at that freaking dude. Look at that. Look at that guy. He's just a big air tank. Come up, grab a quick breath. Got freaking freckles. Look at that crazy beak. And like you said, it started when I was young. You don't even have the ability to completely understand, make your sense internalize it, manifest. It took decades. It's amazing, huh? Life is amazing.
See surveys across the region. And when an animal only lives in one tiny place, any big shift in water quality, coastal development, habitat loss, or even changes in fishing pressure can hit the entire species at once. And
Man,
right now, there's a growing demand for the swimming bladder of fish across Papua New Guinea. Fishermen targeting these Jewfish in deeper trenches.
So the way it works, if you scuba dive, you can go very deep. You can take a breath. And if you don't let the air out as you come up, the air expands and it can burst your lungs. So as you come up, you have to, the way you do it in scuba diving is you let out an air bubble and you make sure you don't want to come up faster than the air bubble. You want to come up slower than the air bubble, and you can see the air bubble expand and expand. So you got to keep blowing out, blowing out, blowing out. You want to keep breathing through, and if you're not, if you're out of air, you take the last deep breath you can, and then blow it out as you come up, because the air will keep expanding in your lungs and keep giving you air. Minute's a long time. Yep, I've held my breath for over a minute. Have you seen how a whale's penis looks like a Loch Ness monster? Like it's like them floating upside down. No, it's past my bedtime. Maybe a little bit.
Fishes often haul up sailback hound sharks with bycatch. The flesh isn't considered great, and the fins aren't worth much. So they're
flapjack octopus. No freaking way, dude. Look at the little freaking cutesy pie. Look at that freaking thing. That looks like a freaking video game character. Look at him with his little tongue trumpet. I'm gonna catch you. Looks like he's got a little cutesy little voice. And then it's like, don't make me mad. Yep, 1218, that's right. Yeah, that's what it looks like right there. Wow, look at him holding up his hands like this. Yeah, that looks like those things get from the claw machines. How to utilize your nose? I do. Remember those things you get when you're like little seahorses? Yep. Seahorses, and you could also get, what's it called? Shrimp. What are they called? Sea monkeys. What up, Katra? Where you been?
They're usually given away, but that doesn't stop the fact that they're being caught.
Oh,
this
you and Space Gal show up at the same
by
time.
the IUCN,
Odd.
but realistically, it should probably be put on the endangered species.
Quokka, with their adorable smiles and cheeky disposition, Australia's super cute quokka. It's known as the happiest animal in the world. Quokka. Oh, wow. I almost had it. Yeah, look at that frickin' wackadoo. Hold on. Look at that little wackadoo. Hi, I'm so happy. I'm just laying in bed, perfect for cuddles. I'm so happy. Look at that frickin' shit-eating grin. I'm so happy. Give me a hug. Mama with a baby in her pouch. What's going on, guys? Can I get a hug? This tastes great. You guys really should try this. It's awesome. I made a 5-minute snake video today. So cute. I want to cry. Move over, Katra. Hi guys, what you guys doing? Really, you should try this. Hugged. That looks like a raccoon and a freaking squirrel mix. 5:20 a.m. in London. Pause due soon. And I'll cry if I want to. Koala bye.
List. When you only see 6 individuals in over half a century, and they're all coming from the same tiny river mouth on the same microhabitat, that's a major red flag for the ongoing survival of the species. This is a species that vanished for 50 years, quietly hanging on in one tiny stretch of ocean, and only revealed itself because people finally started listening to the fishermen who fish those waters every single day. Next up, the smallest snake on the planet. It was feared extinct, but rediscovered in March of last year. The Barbados thread snake. This species, when fully grown, is about 3, maybe 4 inches long, and that's it. And to put that into context for you, one of the most famous pictures of this rediscovery is if you took that snake and curled it up, it doesn't even cover a quarter. And the first one ever weighed was 0.6 grams. That is just nuts. This snake has only had a handful of confirmed scientific sightings since its discovery in 1889. And that kind of makes sense because it's almost impossible to find. And to make things worse, its babies are only roughly half the size of what the adults are, and they only lay 1 egg at a time. This snake wasn't even properly recognized as its own species until 2008. Since, in Barbados, they also have the invasive Brahminy blind snake. And unless you know exactly what scale to count or what tiny line to look for on the head, you're going to miss it or misidentify it. And when you add all of this into the fact that Barbados...
He's plus ultra. He adds things to the conversation. My cuddle buddy and Brian and Cowboy, anyway, I cuddle with anybody. Cowboy doesn't want to cuddle with you. I guess you got to create... Thanks, honeybee. That was a long time ago. I had a pipe ceremony.
Has lost 98% of its native forest, you start to see why this tiny species sort of slipped into the extinct species category.
And think about
it for a second. When you've got
like that freaking snake full sized is like doesn't even fit on a quarter. I mean, you can fit many of them on 1 quarter. So think about ones that are freaking a 1/4 inch and they like yeah. Thanks, honeybee. It's a long time ago at about the Madeira.
Insane habitat loss, invasive species, and competition from other blind snakes, it introduces a lot of problems. But let's rewind back to March of last year, when during a little ecological survey in central Barbados, 2 researchers named Justin Springer and Connor Blades were flipping rocks when all of a sudden they spotted something looking awfully like an earthworm. They didn't even try to identify it in the field because they were literally unable to. They took it straight to the University of the West Indies, put it under the microscope, and boom, all the tiny, very specific features line up. It's the first confirmed Barbados thread snake in almost 2 decades. They photographed it, then put it right back where they found it. And for Barbados, this is a big deal. To find something this tiny, this fragile, still hanging on in one of the last scraps of forest they've got left, it really matters. Now, if you're wondering how anyone finds another one, honestly, it's not really rocket science. The only method is exactly what worked. Flipping
2-headed snakes or bicephalic snakes are extremely rare anomalies occurring in 1 in every 100,000 births. Incomplete embryo splitting. Yeah, he is young for cuddles.
A whole lot of rocks and things like that, looking through leaf litter, and of course, patience. But now that they know the exact habitat type, moisture level,
his definition of cuddles and your definition of cuddles are 2 different things.
Finally have a starting point. Still, the species still remains on a knife's edge. However, this species is definitely not gone yet. And that's something Barbados hasn't gotten to say about one of its native species in a long, long time. All right, the next animal on our list.
Okay, all right, let's see. Come on.
I think I hear snakes everywhere. I could smell those snakes.
He's got his finger in front of the lens.
This is like too many snakes for one person. Goodness, snakes.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Okay, so make Make sure it wasn't copyrighted music.
What a beautiful pie.
Okay.
Do not remove snakes from the property. There's a sign you don't see every day.
Still gotta work on the audio. There you go. That's a lot of snakes. What's up, Raid, brother?
Hi guys, here we are at the Narcissus Snake Dens Wildlife Management Area in Manitoba. I was going to do a live video from here, but there's no internet, so I guess I'll just do a video. It's a beautiful day here in Narcissus,
that looks like the
Manitoba.
freaking
We're
savannah.
walking towards one of the world's largest, actually the world's largest snake den. Come with us. Snakes on the plains of Manitoba.
Snakes on the plain.
Snakes on the plains. Looks like we're getting closer to the snakes. There's snakes all over the ground in there, I'm sure. I'm sure we're surrounded by snakes.
Hashtag snakes.
Here. I bet you there's some snakes in there.
It's his voice. It's really quiet.
Those are the kind of snakes we're looking for.
That's as loud as it goes.
Dude, look, you can see the snakes moving all around in there. A lot of snakes going on.
That's a lot of freaking snakes.
Everywhere you look, there's snakes around.
I think he's trying to hear his voice better.
And on a side note, they say the character Narcissus comes from Greek mythology, and he fell in love with his own reflection. Am I a narcissist?
Oh, your nose growth serum must have wore off.
Here we are at the final.
Is that snow?
And it's all snow. Oh wait, look, there's a beaver.
No, it's Canada. Beaver. Wow. Freaking Plus Ultra found himself some beaver. There's a little red-headed catcher chewing on the wood.
I was looking for beavers the other day. I didn't find any.
An hour from Winnipeg.
It appears as though we have found one here in the snake pit of Narcissus. What's going over here?
It's like lunch. Man, there you go. He needs 18 more subscribers. There you go.
Snakes! Snakes!
There's a lot of freaking snakes, dude.
Snakes alive.
Snakes. Snakes on a plane.
Is way bigger than people realize, mainly because of just how mysterious it was. The Turkestani long-eared bat.
Amazon offers hourly employees health care on day one for the whole family.
This is arguably an animal that most people have never even heard of. And honestly, that's part of what makes it so interesting. It grows to about 5 inches long, with these long forward-facing ears and a surprisingly robust skull built for crunching through scorpions, beetles, and camel spiders. This species actually goes way back in the scientific record. It was first described in 1873 by a Russian naturalist who collected it. But after that, in the 1920s, it was thought to be conspecific with the desert long-eared bat. And in fact, for decades, it was treated as just another population of that species. It wasn't until 2010 that researchers properly examined the genetics and the skull structure and found out that it was, in fact, its own species. But here's the problem. Even once it was recognized again, nobody could find it. And the last confirmed sighting was in 1970. And because it lives in remote desert caves and deep cracks in sandstone cliffs, people were genuinely worried it might have become extinct without any.
We'll send Forrest a message letting him know to up his camera seals. I'm surprised that your pixel doesn't get. We might need to talk tomorrow about changing quality settings. Okay, let's see. What was I just looking for? Okay. Wow. Look at that little freaking booger. Wow. Wow, look at that freaking wackadoo. Look at that little bastard.
Anyone ever notice it. Then, at the end of 2025, a joint team launched a proper expedition into the Karakum Desert, the only place this bat species had ever known.
I'm going to stay here till I get to 2,500 subs. That's where I'm going to switch over. I'm going to work on the game and everything in long form, and then I'm going to go to the. It's just not. It's like to go from like 10 to 2. And I tried it for a couple of days. It doesn't get put out on the shorts feed.
To live. Finally, they found a young female bat tucked into a crevice. A few days later, they located an adult male almost 56 miles away near the Uzbekistan border. And finally, for the first time ever, the species was photographed and videoed. This is a desert specialist living in a region that's getting hotter, drier, and more unstable each and every year. The surrounding vegetation is drying up, which means fewer insects, and of course, this means fewer places for these bats to feed. It doesn't take much to put a bat like this, that is already in trouble, over the edge. But the rediscovery actually sparked something huge, since the local government immediately started planning a 50,000 hectare protected area to safeguard not just the bats, but the wild horses, gazelles, and everything else that survives out there. And because one of the bats was found so close to Uzbekistan, there may be an entire population that no one has surveyed yet. And if you're wanting to find more again, well, these bats hide deep in caves and desert cliff systems. And now that those scientists were able to record the bats' calls, you could probably use acoustic detectors to search much wider areas in a much shorter amount of time. And this, of course, would be how you would find a new one. And with proper protection coming, there's finally a real chance to study a species that basically disappeared for half a century. I love these stories, you guys, of animals that we had given up on coming back. It instills hope. It makes you care about the planet and the animals that are fighting so hard to be here. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please subscribe to get more of these. See you on the next one.
Bam. All right.
Hey, everybody. Walton Goggins here.
Walton. All right. All right. We're going to do something for... let's see what we're gonna do. I'm tired, definitely tired for the show. Oops, what was that? What's that? What did I do? Okay, oops, sorry. All right, so we're gonna do this. All right, we're gonna just watch something funny for the rest of the night for the next 20 minutes, and or next 25 minutes, and then my arse is going to bed. All right, let's see what we can find. Okay. Oh, dang. Normal tiredness is. All right, what are we gonna watch funny? Let's see what we got. Our DNA is collapsing. Illegal Amazon. An air umbrella. Craziest thing found in dead bodies. Evolution's fatal flaw. Cross section of a human body. Jeez. Volcano snails. The Nephilim. Oh, jeez. Zoologist reacts to deadly rattlesnake mistakes. Ugh. $500 deaths in base jumping. Dam breaks. 3,600 hours. Oh, giant rats. "25 most incredible birds you needed to see." All right, we'll watch that. All right, Malays, the civet, Malabar civet. Okay, wow, it's the rarest animal. Malabar civet. Okay, come on, thing. Wow, look how small that little bastard is. Looks like a squirrel. Oops. He's got one on a leash. Wow, cute little bastard. Oh, there's his skin. Wow, that's really cute. Really cute little booger. Oh, I got hiccups. I like those trauma salads. Trauma salads. I like those choices of recent lore update. Sorry, Katra. It's so hard to watch loved ones suffer. Yeah. What do you think of the idea of Richard receiving a Playgirl magazine?
A fantasy movie. Others have calls so strange they sound almost unreal. From tropical jungles to remote islands, nature has created birds that challenge everything we think we know about them. Let's discover these incredible creatures together.
King vulture.
The king vulture looks as if nature gathered every bright color into a single face. Its head is almost featherless, but the skin displays a complex mix of yellow, orange, red, and purple tones. The bill is powerful and slightly hooked, and above it rises a distinctive fleshy knob. With a wingspan of about 6 feet, the vulture looks surprisingly majestic in flight. It lives
civet. Yes, a civet's a cat, yeah.
In the tropical forests of Central and South America. Despite its dramatic appearance, this bird plays an important role in nature. Its powerful bill can tear open tough hides of carcasses that other vultures cannot penetrate.
Abyssinian.
This bird looks as if the savannah hired its own guard. Nearly 40 inches tall, with long legs and a massive black bill topped by a distinctive casque.
Wow.
But the most striking detail is the bright blue and red patches of bare skin on its throat and face.
That's not
The Abyssinian ground hornbill spends most of its life walking across the ground, step by step, searching the grass for snakes, lizards, and insects.
Space
Its voice is a deep,
send me a Playgirl. He wants me to
booming call that can be heard up to 2 miles away. These birds live in family groups and have a
asked me to play piano every time my God loves when I play. My grandma says he doesn't really listen to much music anymore. So.
Their social system for birds.
I didn't know you could play music.
Younger individuals help their parents raise new chicks. In African folklore, hornbills are sometimes seen as guardians of the savannah.
Hiccup. Damn. I'm not trying to send you one. I will be sending one. Okay, we'll see. Secretary bird. Look at her long
The secretary bird looks like a dignified official of the savannah. Long legs, an upright posture, and black feathers on the back of its head that resemble old-fashioned quill pens once tucked behind a writer's ear.
Lion-tailed macaque? Why do you do that? A lion-tailed macaque. What do you do that for? Why was he telling you? All right, sorry. All right. Mark my words, old man. Jeez, this guy. Look at that freaking evil lad. Look at that. Evil. Damn. Look at that. Jeez. Oh. Daddy, you scare me. Don't talk to Daddy like that. Dang it, hiccups. I said no. Look at that freaking. Damn, I lost the needle on my bed again. It's going to find me one day in a haystack. Yep, it's definitely going to find you. Always does.
Stands about 4 feet tall with a wingspan close to 7 feet. But its hunting style is what truly stands out. Instead of diving from the sky like an eagle, the secretary bird simply walks through the grass and strikes its prey with its legs. The kicks are so fast and powerful that they can kill even venomous snakes. Within seconds, the bird can deliver several precise blows. In the African savanna, it's a highly effective and elegant snake hunter.
Those are big uns. Those are big uns. Look at those feet. Black. Oh, well. One time I pretended to be gay for April Fool's joke, and had sex with a random guy. You should have seen his face when I told him it was straight. Priceless.
African jacana is sometimes called the bird that walks on water. Its secret? Incredibly long toes that distribute its weight across floating lily pads, allowing it to stroll calmly across swamp surfaces. The bird measures about 9 to 10 inches long, with warm chestnut feathers, a black head, and a bright blue bill. But the most unusual feature is its family system. The female is significantly larger and may have multiple partners at once, while the males take on all parental duties, building the nest and incubating the eggs. If danger arises, a male can shelter the chicks under his wings and literally run across the water with them.
Yeah, found it. It was a matter of time. Wow.
If a parrot suddenly decided to live like an owl and forgot how to fly almost entirely, you'd get the kakapo. Enormous by parrot standards. Nearly 2 feet long and weighing up to 9 pounds. Its feathers are soft, green, and dotted with black speckles. Perfect camouflage among the mosses of New Zealand. But appearance is only half the story. The kakapo is nocturnal, walks through the forest instead of flying, and climbs trees like a fluffy mountaineer.
Look how big he is.
Males hold real acoustic concerts. Deep bass booms can travel up to 3 miles, sounding like a distant drum. The problem is that the bird is trusting and slow. Today, the kakapo is one of the rarest birds on Earth, and every individual is literally known to scientists by name.
Birds' personalities are like reptiles, you know? Cuddles. Yeah, I works at Hooters. Hotzin.
The Hotzin looks as if it were assembled from parts of different stages of evolution.
Freaking crazy.
Reddish eyes, a spiky crest, a long tail, and a rather unusual smell. The bird is sometimes called the stink bird because its digestion works a bit like a cow's. Hotzins eat leaves and ferment them in a huge crop filled with bacteria. Because of this, the bird actually produces a distinctive odor. But the most surprising feature appears in the chicks. They have real claws on their wings. If a predator attacks, the chick can jump into the water and then climb back up onto a branch using those claws. This mechanism feels like something from ancient dinosaur-era birds.
All right, we're gonna call it a night here. My butt cheeks are tired. I love y'all. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Oh, get you all a shirt. Get you all a shirt. I got new 110th grade Home of the Oxpeckers shirt. Ignore me. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out. Everybody, subscribe to Lamb. Subscribe to Plus Ultra. Good night, everybody. I love y'all. Bye-bye.